Hello, y'all. How is it going? It's Friday, earlier time than most Fridays where this stream is on. Since I'm on vacation still, doing another one of these streams in the afternoon rather than in the evening, you know, so like 6 hours earlier than usual. Last time we ended up going for 6 hours, so we hit the point where the original stream, you know, where the usual stream would start, so, you know, that's fun. We'll see if that happens again. How y'all doing? It's been like a week. It's been like most of a week since the last time I streamed. Well, since the last time I streamed. Sunday was the last stream because I went on a bit of a trip through most of the week. By the way, let me just... There's like one part of this level that's new. I'll just show that right now while I'm doing my opening spiel. I'm still working on this level, trying to figure out what it's gonna be. Here's a little thing I put together. Little area. Like, what if you had to jump over stationary stalls, and what if there were bone guys doing bone stuff? That kind of works. Kind of like this. Maybe something more in this direction is where this level needs to go. Then again, it is a little platform level-y, but only a bit. I suppose you can't avoid going for like a platform level type thing if you're using the white skull rafts. Whatever. It'll be like some small parts like this where you have to do a thing, and then probably some just more traditional platformy stuff after that. Still a lot I need to figure out with this level, what it's gonna be, etc. So it's been since Sunday since the last stream. I went out of town, did some travel. First, let me talk about two other things, and then I'll tell you about the trip. First off, last Friday's VOD is down for now. It will return. Turns out I used a clip of an anime, and well, it's all over Twitter, this particular clip, so I thought like, maybe, you know, I'd rather show y'all to illustrate what it looks like. But apparently they didn't take kindly to that, and they did a copyright thing on it this morning, or, you know, overnight. So I really went and I blurred out the thing using YouTube's editing feature, and it, you know, once that completes processing, it should be able to realize, like, okay, the material is gone. You know, it's no longer there. All I wanted to do was illustrate what the fuck their, like, out-of-pocket animation looked like, the perspective shit, how uncanny it all looked in the opening scene of The Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses. Honestly, perhaps just a image would have sufficed, and here is that image. Look at that guy. The camera gets right near the floor, right under the shoes. That's ridiculous. And it does some shit like that. I'll also say, you know, for what it's worth, it can look good, it can look normal. Here's another little screenshot here. The hair, I will say, is very detailed in its animation, and it looks good. When it's not pulling perspective stuff that's weird, that show looks good, and I'll say the second episode aired since the last stream, and the second episode didn't really fuck around with any of that ridiculous perspective stuff outside of the OP. So I think that show might be pretty good, so long as it refrains from, like, perspective fuckery all the time, you know? You're gonna have to put dashes in that, Alter for Walter, you know the... Oh, actually, I guess you don't have to. I didn't know you could do that. I don't know that anyone has ever tried to submit a code without dashes before. I didn't know that worked. Huh. Anyway, that VOD will be back up on YouTube within time. It's not copyright struck on Twitch. I am wondering if I should, like, take that original down just as a precaution. You know, it does have the same clip in it, but, you know, I'll say that clip is all over Twitter. The original place I got the clip from on Twitter, you know, someone posting it to Twitter, hasn't been taken down. So maybe it's just they're checking YouTube and nowhere else, or I don't know what the fuck the deal is. Anyway, not important. That show seems pretty decent. And the animation flex aside. Next up, let me talk about the next couple of streams. DK64 Randomizer. I'm going to be trying out the 2.0 update, which adds a bunch of features and a bunch more ways for it to be randomized. I'm going to be trying that out, going into that at 8 p.m. Central tomorrow. And I'll say that the next week, the normal schedule will be back. Monday, playthrough. Tuesday, nothing. I never stream on Tuesday. Why did I say Tuesday? Thursday will be a stream, and then Friday will be viewer levels in the evening, as per normal. And you can see here, I got the schedule. By the way, if you're wondering, next Thursday, I actually I probably should have put this on the schedule, but I believe next Thursday is the release date of Pikmin 4, so I want to do like a 10:45 stream of that, starting like 15 minutes before it unlocks or something, and then maybe 10 minutes before it unlocks, and then we'll go into that game and then do like the first, something of it. Hopefully get to the point where it gets to nighttime, see glow Pikmin. Since I did the demo already, I already have a file up to the ready to go for that, so we don't have to do the first world. But the second world, maybe nighttime stuff, other tutorials. I think that'd be a fun Thursday stream. Obviously not going to be I'll say it won't be a full playthrough of that. Just, I just want to stream my first time with that full-ass game, and I think that'll be a bit of fun. So yeah, that's the plans for next week. And let me now say, I spent 2 days at Silver Dollar City. Let me tell you about it. All the attractions and such. As last time, I have a little bit of a slideshow with a bunch of photos I took. But this time I curated it a little bit, and only have 30 in the thing, and most of them are just a way to facilitate talking about the rides. Specific rides or attractions are also, this should be, a little bit more, more organized than last week's talk about Six Flags over Texas. I got a little carried away with that one. Included way too many photos, and ones that didn't really forward the discussion at all. Just were nice to look at. Anyway, speaking of nice to look at, this is the first time I've been up in the Ozarks. It was like a 6-7 hour drive with my folks, so I wasn't driving, I was sort of riding along. I was able to take a couple pictures on the way as a result. They're really nice. Mountainous country, looks very nice, it turns out. I'm from DFW, Dallas, the city I grew up in, Plano. It was named such that because, it's flat, it's a plain. So I'm not really used to seeing changes in elevation, and it turns out it makes for very nice, stuff to look at, which was a good sign as far as going into the park, which is set in these mountains, the Ozarks. Wait. Oh, I hit the wrong way. There were also, along the way, some places where, clearly the mountain had been, carved away to make the highway. So there were, cool, rock walls, which I thought were really neat to look at, and always just pretty, So after the drive, we got there to Silver Dollar City. Again, I'll say, broadly speaking, Silver Dollar City, it's a theme park with a focus on, old-timey stuff and, old-timey theming, and, cool mountain vibes. It also has a handful of very great rides, so, we'll talk about those. See here, there's it was full of stuff like this, where there's a big where there's like some sort of quaint old-timey mechanism, some nice scenic trees and waterfalls and rock stuff. It was a beautiful park, I'll say. You know, just vibes wise. And additionally, it had, and also, by the way, I'll say it was pretty nice out compared to Texas. It was hot, but not like boiling hot, not like, oh my god, I want to die hot. You know, which is I think for me an upgrade. Still got pretty sweaty, but not like, but it wasn't like unbearable. And it was, you know, the mountain like vibes were very nice and chill, and I liked them. Anyway, the park has I'll say, okay, it has 5 roller coasters, 5 good and proper roller coasters, 1 indoor coaster that's kind of more of a dark ride, and 1 family coaster that's just for kiddies. You know, 1 kiddie coaster, which I did not ride, and I did not even see. I was not interested in the kiddie coaster at all, or taking like a trip out to it. But anyway, the first one I rode was Time Traveler, which basically the thing about it is that it's a mock extreme spinner, which means that it has it's a spinning ride, so the cars spin and you go upside down and there are launches. And it starts with this thing here, this drop right out of the station, which is just an incredible element to start with. You know, just like falling down out of the station backwards or sideways or forwards or whatever the fuck. It's quite an element, and it got things off on the right foot. Anyway, I'll say, like, I loved Time Traveler, went on it many times throughout the 2 days. Fantastic ride. I know that that Universal is looking at getting a max spinner, though not one that goes upside down, just has launches. And after going on this one, I'm super fucking excited about that. The spinning, the speed, the elements, they were all fantastic to take while also spinning uncontrollably, and also made it so that every ride was different, which I loved. After that, went to Thunderation, which was pretty good. Thunderation is like a old-timey tubular terrain ride. So it's basically like from the early era of when they first decided, like, oh shit, roller coaster tracks, they can be tubes rather than just like rails, you know. And once they realized that, like roller coasters got a lot more had a lot more options, and this is one of the first ones of those that had these tubular tracks. Another one of them is like the Runaway Mine Train at Six Flags Over Texas, which is also, you know, from like the 60s and around, and has these first iteration of tubular tracks. I think the Matterhorn bobsleds at Disney is also one of the first ones that did that. Think those rides when you think of what this is. But I'll say, like, this was surprisingly not so mild. Like, it actually had some speed, has some forces. There was a helix element that really just like was pretty intense. Also, you know, being a terrain coaster, it goes through the forest, which is really fun and good. Thunderation, I was surprised. I thought it was really good. I was surprised, like, how good it was and how not mild it was. I liked it, though I didn't go on it as many times as some of the other rides, I'll say. After that, went to Outlaw Run, big ol' RMC, but it's entirely made of wood, and I think it might have been entirely original, which is rare for RMC. Usually they make conversions, or like the little Raptor rides. I'll say of it, like, I loved a lot of the elements of it. It has like a wave turn, which I've never been through before. It adds like double corkscrew, and it's so goddamn intense. It's amazing. Like, it is probably the most intense RMC I've been on, and I just, you know, because I've only been on two. I've only been on New Texas Giant and Iron Rattler, both of which are two of the first couple, as is this one. This one was like their second or third, and Iron Rattler was like their third or second. You know, I think Iron Rattler might have been third, actually. I thought it was second when I originally rode Iron Rattler, but, you know, hey, history apparently goes the other way. Anyway, lots of extreme elements. Really enjoyed it. I will say though, the restraints were really tight and kind of painful, unfortunately. And also say, I'm not sure it really needed to be built out of wood. Like some steel tracks on it, like all their other coasters, would have probably made it a little less rough. But still, it was a damn good time and one of the best things at the park, for sure. Then I went to Fire in the Hole, which is like a dark ride that's not really a roller coaster, but it does, think with like this ride, think more like Pirates of the Caribbean, except it's like Pirates of the Firehouse, kinda. You're like going around a really dark firehouse where they're like doing all the things that they do in Pirates of the Caribbean, drinking and partying and stuff. Except it's a firehouse, so it doesn't really make sense. And then there's like a dip at the end. There's like a couple of like plunges, that are just like, here's a plunge and then you're done. And then here's another plunge and then you're done. It honestly kind of reminds me of Dudley Do-Right. The part of Dudley Do-Right where they have like the trains coming at you? This ride does that. This ride does that, exactly that, except, 40 years earlier. For what it's worth, this is the first indoor coaster that ever was made in America, so it was a new idea at the time. I just was not very, enamored with it, It was very much a thing you get on and you're like, oh, that's interesting. You say it's closing down in next year? Well, that makes sense considering what it is. It's not as good as like some of the other earlier like first indoor roller coasters like Space Mountain, and I'm pretty sure it's not as good as that one. I mean, it's mostly a dark ride is the thing, with just a couple of dips thrown in. Then I went to Powder Keg, which was a big launch coaster. Sort of an interesting history to that one. It used to be a water ride, but they ended up like taking down most of it and replacing it with this one and using some of the tracks along the way. But basically just has a big launch and then goes through some nice elements, some big hills and dips and turns and stuff, and then has one big chain lift, and then which was originally from the water ride, by the way, if you're wondering why a chain lift is in the middle of a ride. I'll say also, Thunderation also has one of those, so it's not like so unusual, but it is kind of weird, like at the end of the ride after a big launch starts, to suddenly get into like a chain lift at the very end, and just to get you back up to the station, pretty much. Though there is a pretty big plunge after the chain lift, which I thought was fun and a bit surprising. I really liked Powder Keg. Had a good kick to it. Had a really good kick to it. Very fun ride. Then went to this ride, which is called Wildfire. You wouldn't know it from the outside, though. The signs tell you, but the facade does not. But cool thing about it is that it's a big coaster with a lot of like loops and stuff, and inversions, over the shoulder restraints, which are a little headbangy, sort of like the Hulk. Sort of like the Hulk, actually. This ride, very similar, except it doesn't use a launch, but it has a lot of big flips, a lot of loops and turns, and this cobra roll at the end, towards the end. I'll say the coolest thing about it was that there's this nice viewing area outside where you can just hang out and look at the coaster and take some really good pictures, which I quite enjoyed. A lot of the other coasters, they didn't have the opportunity for that. Not a lot of good photo opportunities. That was all the coasters. And pretty much the first day we just rode, because we got there after a whole big car ride. We got there around 2 p.m. and we're both mostly focused that first day on riding all 6 of those coasters, and then heading back to the cabin, which is what my family rented. Kind of cozy, kind of novel to stay in a cabin. And also it was nice because it had 2 separate rooms, so we didn't have to stay in the same room, me and my folks. I was in my own room, but I will say, the temperature the AC was loud. It also took a while for it to get like to the cold temperature that I like to sleep at. And also there were horrible noises, like some sort of weird rumbling noises all night, which I did not enjoy and made it really hard to get to sleep. I'll say, through this whole trip, I did not get much sleep before or after due to like how early I had to get up to like travel there, or you know, I got up at like 6 a.m. the first day to travel, and you know, I don't go to sleep that early. I didn't get that many hours of sleep. But somehow, hey, you know, going to a theme park fills you full of adrenaline. Somehow I was able to like push through, even though like the nights were sleepless and I was pretty miserable during those when I was trying to sleep. I had to wear like big noise blocking, hang on. I was even wearing like these fucking things to really just block out as much sound as possible. And that still was ineffective against the rumble that I was hearing, which, oof. I'll also say that the bathroom was through, it was only accessible through my parents' room. So, you know, even though we were in separate rooms, I did have to pass through there, and I might have woken them up a couple times. Though, I don't know, sounded like, not so much, but, hey, you know, what are you gonna do? That's the design of the thing. Honestly, would have been better if we just got two regular hotel rooms, but 2 of them. You know, that way, you know, it would have separate bathrooms, and also it would be a fucking regular hotel room. I'll say this is up in the mountains, so and sort of like out in the middle of nowhere, this park. So I don't know if there are like proper good ass hotels, like a, you know, like a proper multi-story hotel that you'd like to stay at, or it's just like bed and breakfast type things, but probably would be better than a cabin, I'll say. The next day, we went for most of the full day, and basically focused on getting in some attractions that we didn't do earlier, as well as the water rides, basically. Chief among the attractions is kind of their main thing, or like the reason why this park was originally made out in the middle of nowhere, which is Marvel Cave, which is a great big underground cave that you can tour. That was pretty fucking cool, I'll say. I don't think I've ever been in a cave, and this one was pretty fun and pretty beautiful. You know, just like seeing, you know, all the different rooms of it, walking down, deep into the depths. It was pretty fucking cool. And yeah, you can see there a couple of photos of that. The first room is massive, like you're looking down, it's like, holy shit, that's so far down. You know, it's just like a big fucking pit. And occasionally they'll do things like they'll turn off the lights and be like, this is what it looked like back in the 1800s when people first found this cave. And they just like rappelled down into it with candles. And apparently that was, they managed, you know? I'm sure maybe some of them didn't quite, but, you know, it was a whole fucking thing. Anyway, just really cool cave, and it's actually, there's parts of it that are like really cramped, where you like look at this bit here, where literally you have to duck under a big rock to make it to the next part of the path, you know, and you have to like really hunch over and like squeeze through some tight spaces, which was really cool. Really quite enjoyed it. At the end, there was like a trolley that took us like out, so you don't have to go like, you know, it's like a half-mile hike down into the cave, but you don't have to walk all the way out unless the tram breaks, and fortunately it did not. You know, apparently it did last week, but it didn't this time. It doesn't happen that often, I think, but it does happen on occasion. But we were able to get out on the tram, and that was just really nice. Rest of the day was spent like going on some loops around the park, going one way and then the other way. But after one loop, went to the water rides along the way. But in particular, went to this one, which is called the Great American Plunge. Sort of a log flume ride. Haven't been on many log flumes other than Dudley Do rides. And I'll say this one was okay. Little uncomfortable, and the theming the main thing was just the theming was pretty okay. Pretty like, okay, that's kind of cute. You know, hey, this is probably from like the 60s or 80s or something. You know, it's probably pretty old. This theming is very much like right out of it's sort of like the kind of theming you'd see on like It's a Small World, right? Like, oh, there's like a little guy, a little like plastic man who's in a life tube and he's going like, ah, you know, shit like that. Basically is what you see, and then there's a big plunge. I say there's a big plunge. There's one plunge that's kind of reasonably big, and it's fun enough, and there's like a nice viewing area that you can go to look at it, which I thought was nice. But anyway, let me tell you about the main event here, Mystic River Falls, which, man, I was really into this one. Like, late in the day, did this Mystic River Falls. It's just a pretty beautiful, like, river ride with a lot of good, like, a lot of good rapid stuff. I'll say I went on a river ride over at Six Flags over Texas last week, and I thought it was pretty mediocre, you know? It just sort of, like, bobbed you up and down for a bit, and then it's basically over. This one had, like, more variety in its elements. It's like, splashes were bigger, even when it did just, like, turn you up and down a bit. And also there are parts where, like, oh, it picks up speed all of a sudden, and, oh, it does this, and it does that, and here's a really big plunge, and here's a waterfall you're gonna go under. You know, it did some stuff like that in addition to being beautiful, and then, you know, through this point, I was kind of thinking, like, okay, this is alright, but what about the ending? Well, the ending is this big, massive element where, basically it takes you up in an elevator. You can see the elevator there. Like, this elevator has, like, 4 little lifts on each side of it. So every time one elevator picks up a guy, it goes around the second side, drops them off on the third side, and then returns back down on the fourth side. So, you know, it's very efficient in that way. I don't know if I'm really explaining it very well, but basically it's an elevator. It takes you up. It's efficiently designed so it can do it, like, without, you know, worrying about capacity or anything. It takes you up top to this whole turnaround bit, which is very much just like straight out of like a water park, right? Like just a big tube where it just goes around a corner and just slides you around. And I'll say, like, going around that corner there, so goddamn intense. So goddamn intense. It's like, it really yanks you out and you're like, holy fucking shit! Like, it's more intense than any tube ride I've ever been on at a theme park, at a water park, and yet, it's just a simple turn, you know? And then you get, like, a massive plunge after that, and you're already, like, a little bit rattled because you're, like, being thrown, it feels like you're being thrown towards the outside, you know? And you're just thinking, like, holy shit. And then you're just plunging down, there's a huge splash, and it's like, holy lord, that's so good. I was just super happy and super excited about that. Went around and did it twice, though my folks did not want to do it twice. I'll say, for this second day, my mom bought us all the Trailblazer Pass, which I'll say we didn't need. It was not that busy at the park on either days. But she bought it in advance, so we were able to skip any lines if there were any lines, and I'll say for Mystic Falls was one of the few rides that had a line, but apparently with the Trailblazer you only get one ride on, you only get to skip the line once, so I had to wait for 30 minutes to get back on it, and I'll say was well worth it. That ride is fantastic, and I'm glad I went on it twice. If I had more time, I would have liked to get a third ride on it, honestly. It was just phenomenal. I'd put it right up there with Bluto. Bluto's Bilge Rat Barges at Universal. Phenomenal. And, yeah, that about covers it. There's one of the last pictures I took. Pretty picture, you know. And I'll say again, the park was full of some nice... The theming was a lot of the time pretty, like, flat, you know, like, there wasn't that much difference between one area and the next, but it was all quite nice, quite mellow, and the temperature, while hot, was not as hot as Texas, not hellish, and, I had a pretty good time there. Fantastic rides. Don't know if I'd ever go again, you know, this... but it was a good time for the time I spent. How was that for time? I think that was more directed than last time. One more thing about that. Let me show you. Reveal the Silver Dollar City tier list. Now, last week I did something like this for Six Flags, but I've been there before, so it was just an updated tier list. This time, I set up something a little special that I think is pretty cool. You see here, this tier list is empty, and, well, what I think I'm gonna do is... One second, let me get... I just realized I didn't grab, I didn't grab, my mouse. One second. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fill out this tier list as I talk about it. So this will be like a little different from the previous times I've done tier lists, you know, either building them fresh, like in the moment, which is, you know, going to take some extra time, obviously, or just showing it in its complete state. Instead, just going to step through it. First off, the first ride I rode was Time Traveler. That's S tier easily. Time Traveler is a fantastic ride, phenomenal. Really enjoyed it. The inversions, the elements, the forces were lovely. It has 2 launches in there, both of which is phenomenal. The drop out of the station is just an amazing element. Oh my god, I love Time Traveler and went on it like multiple times, sometimes multiple rides in a row. Just the best thing there, and I hope that many parks across the world are looking at Time Traveler and saying like, oh, I want one of those. Currently, a mock extreme spinner only exists in 2 places. Silver Dollar City and France. There's one in France as well. It's like called the Trip to Happiness or something. I forget what it's called. It's called something like that. But I hope that a lot of other parks are looking at those and really just going to pick one up because, boy, it's phenomenal. Thunderation I thought is a B. Honestly, could have ranked a little higher, but it is an old-timey ride. There's not much to it, but it has some damn good forces. I think B is pretty good for it. I think on my Six Flags Over Texas ranking, the similar tubular original ride was like maybe a C or something. I forget, but I'll say it's a lot better than that ride. And I'll say this park is a lot better on... For those 6... It doesn't have as many coasters as Six Flags Over Texas, but I think it's, on the whole, a lot more compelling. Like, on average, the coasters are better. The 6 of them that they have, or the 5 of them that they have. Next, Outlaw Run. Like I said, the elements here, the thrill factor, all that was phenomenal. If not for the painful restraints, I think this would be S tier, but unfortunately those restraints, they made every ride on it just a little bit painful, which is unfortunate. I think they're just bad restraints. I saw on that ride a lot of people who are like, you know, slightly bigger than I am get turned away because the seats won't fit them, which just strikes me as shitty design, you know? Like, you don't see that with any other rides, like people being turned away because their ass is a little too big. You know, that doesn't happen. That's unusual. I think they need to replace the trains if they want this to be like a, you know, an S tier, but still, I very much enjoyed every ride on it. It was so intense. The wave turn was fantastic. The double corkscrew at the end, fantastic. Next up, Fire in the Hole, C. It's cute. I'm glad I went on it just because it's really interesting. I would never ride it again. I think I'm good letting if it gets replaced by something better, good. Please go do that. Yes. I put the powder keg in A. It's very unusual with its layout, but that first launch has such a nice kick to it. It's really good. I love that first launch, and the rest of the ride is pretty fun too. I'm also putting Wildfire in A. it's not that complicated. It's just a very smooth ride with some very big inversions, and I like to be able to look at it off-ride. But I think A is right. It doesn't quite rise to the level of Outlaw Run to me. It's just a very simple ride. You know, just big inversions, big fun inversions, and some good speed and some nice terrain. Can't go wrong with it. A. I'm also putting Marvel Cave in A+. I think it was remarkably cool. I think it was a lot of fun to look at. I think it was beautiful. It's kind of fun, like the danger of it, like, oh shit, we're down deep in a cave. You know, it's all wet and greasy, you know, and there's like oblivion waiting over every edge. That's really cool, and I really liked it. I do think I wouldn't do it again, just because, and also it is a bit hard to, like, you have to sort of plan your day around it, you know, because tours leave every 30 minutes, and you kind of want to get lucky to get into a tour group at just the right time. I'll say, coming into the park, we were very lucky, because as we arrived, the next group was about to leave, and they had just enough room for the three of us in our party, you know, me and my parents. And we were very lucky that someone wanted to not go when they heard it was a half-mile walk through, like, you know, some very deep and very, like, tricky terrain, because that allowed us to go on there, and we had a pretty good time. If I had to wait, it would be quite unfortunate if we had to wait for like a half hour before going on, but it all just worked out. Next up, the train ride. There's like a train that goes around the whole park. I'll say what's good about this train is that you get to see some of the a lot of the roller coasters. They're terrain coasters, so there's not really good places to see a lot of the elements, a lot of the track, because they just sort of go through the woods. And since the train also goes through the woods, sometimes you can see, like, from the train, perspectives on some of the roller coasters that you couldn't otherwise see. But also in the middle of the train ride, it stopped for like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes to do like a really boring play about, like, oh, where's some hillbillies, and we're holding up your train. Oh, well, gadzooks. Some shit like that, and it's just like, oh my god. When the train was running, there was like a nice breeze, but now that we've stopped, it's like, it's just like I'm sitting in this hot box, thinking like, god damn, it's too hot. And this is really boring. I'll say again, great opportunity to get some photos of some of the rides, but I would not ride that again, the train. The log flume I'll put under C as well. Like Fire in the Hole, I thought it was cute. I thought the plunge was a bit of fun. I'm glad I went on it, and I think it's nice to look at from off the ride, but I would not go on it again. Speaking of looking at off the ride, in B, I'm also putting this like a swinging flat ride, which honestly I didn't go on because this is not my kind of ride, but I did really like to look at it as I went by it to go to Outlaw Run, and I thought it was really cool how they built a whole barn around this flat ride. That's really cool. It is, at this end of the day, just a flat ride, so, you know, same experience you could get everywhere, and I didn't go on it for that reason. I don't go on flat rides. I see them as a kind of a waste of time, but this one, at the very least, it looked nice and was different from every other flat ride I've ever seen. And finally, in S tier, I'm putting Mystic River Falls. I think that one is just a standout attraction. That plunge is especially wonderful. Like, holy shit, I think that plunge is like the best River Rapids element I've ever been on. Like, that was just the elevator into the going around the corner, to the big fucking plunge. That was so fun both of the times I went, and the rest of the ride was pretty good as well. You know, I'll say, like, the rest of the ride doesn't quite stand up to Bluto's, but that plunge is just like so incredible. I think it easily makes it into S tier. And also, I'll say, like, the rest of the ride, you know, it has like some variety in its elements. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful raft ride. The plunges it's got like a variety of plunges. parts where it goes fast, other sorts of weird stuff like water falling on you, squirting on you. It's a solid. It's solid even without its key elements, the plunge, and with that key element, oh my god, it's just one of the best things at the park, for sure. Anyway, that covers the trip. How was that? That was like what? That was a bit, wasn't it? That covers the trip. Now let's go ahead and we'll get into the viewer level shortly. I'll say final thoughts on the park. It was nice. I enjoyed going there. I'm glad I went. Enjoyed going on all the rides. The 5 coasters that they have, they're all winners. You know, except for the indoor one and the kiddie one, obviously. Well, I can't. You know, I can't speak to the kiddie one. I didn't see it. I didn't go on it. But the 5 regular ass coasters that they have, they're all winners. And the being there was nice. I'll say the food was not great. And the accommodations were not great, but whatever, man. What are you gonna do? I would say it's a park you can do pretty much everything in one day, but a second day is nice to have and lets you like fit in like the cave and the water rides and anything else you want to do more easily and lets you be more relaxed. I'd probably put it, if I was doing a tier list of theme parks, I'd put it in the A tier. Same tier as Six Flags Fiesta Texas. And over Texas would be B. And Universal Disney, those are S. Maybe Disney, I would say A+, for my personal taste. I love Universal, though. Universal is S. Both of them, all the parks. And I guess I'm not including water parks, because then I'd have to rank Sleederbahn, which I haven't been to since I was a kid. I don't know where Sleederbahn ranks among water parks. That's something for another time to think about for another time. Anyway, that there is the theme park talk. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hopefully that's useful to someone, maybe someone who is planning a trip out to there or is otherwise really interested in Silver Dollar City. We'll enjoy that. It is viewer level time, folks. Let's get into it. Let me go ahead and get that queue all nice and biggened. You know, get it nice and set up. There we go. First level is Lord Bowser, who is here. Let me say how this works for those who don't know, those who haven't been here before, etc. If you're here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. Plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. So 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you're not here, still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, where I only have 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints. So that's how we do things. Nice compromise between people who are present and people who are not. Let's get into this. A little bit slower this week than last week. Perhaps, you know, I guess last week was 4th of July week. More people maybe had the week off like I did. But also, hey, you know, whatever. Who can say what's going on today? Yeah, some Fridays they're slow, but hopefully we'll get a bunch more as the night goes, or sorry, the afternoon goes on. This is Lord Bowser's latest stage. Lord Bowser is here, by the way. This is the demo of 4-2. Lord Bowser said last week that you said that you were not working so much on levels this week because of the new Mario track, the new Mario DLC wave. I'll say, I've only found time to like I'll talk about the DLC wave later, but I've only found time to like just play them single player. Dang it. I sort of like went through like a the cups of those on the drive home, you know, from Silver Dollar City. So, wish I had like some actual like experience with the new tracks like in a multiplayer context, but hey, it is what it is, you know. Why are there on-offs like below these guys? Oh, I see why. This is an interesting bonus. That's a fun little bonus there. Very original. You've been enjoying the DLC, did some events, and they were insane and they took a toll. Yeah, man, I know a thing or two about stuff that takes a toll. Let me tell you. Given that, you know, all the theme park stuff I just did. God. This is fun. I think you've done a good job of, like, integrating the moles with the icicles, you know, overhead, sort of making it a little bit risky to jump off them. But, you know, also all the other elements as well. And it's got some good basic stuff here. You know, like, you can't go wrong with Goombas and turtles and stuff. And, indeed, I do not think you have gone wrong. Very good.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I want to say, since the last stream, Rifter8Rocks has followed. Thank you for the follow, Rifter8Rocks. I just like to thank people who follow, regardless of when they do so. Thank you, thank you. Next week, you're going to go back to the grind of making levels and finishing up World 4. Yeah, I need to get back to the grind as well on that. Not used to seeing you on earlier streams? That's right, Barnstormer. Today I'm doing an earlier stream because I'm on vacation, and I have the option to do so. You know, figured I'd do a different time for a stream. Hopefully people have levels for me at this time, just as they would in the evening. We'll see. Last week was pretty busy. A lot of people did end up coming by. This week, though... Thank you for the level. This week kind of a slower start, isn't it? Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. Think you've done great. Solid ass level. Enjoyed it quite a bit. That bonus in particular was quite a nice little challenge. Very well designed. Honestly, I think a segment like that would have been lovely just like in the critical path, even. Like, I don't know if like you could do something like that where like, oh, you have to sort of I think like a segment like that would be cool even if it was just in the critical path. Like if you had to go maybe without like the ground pounds or something, but like where you had to deal with like moles coming at you while you're like not going so high, you know, or while you have a low ceiling or something. You know, not to say it's not great already. I'm just saying like that bonus was so cool. Something like that could go into wouldn't be so out of place in like the regular rest of the level. Next up is Alter for Walter. Go ahead and confirm if you're still here, Alter. Oh, fantastic. Pick any, Alter says. I will do just that. Also, meanwhile, I'll do a card. I have, you know, my usual assortment of cards today, and a lot of them have to do with anime because there were 6 last shows that aired this season. First one was Sin Duality Noir, which is on Hulu apparently. I'll say like I don't really like watching anime off Hulu, so that was a little bit of a thing that like turned me off. I don't like the way that they caption their anime. They do it like in sort of like a caption style where it has like the name of who is talking and also includes like grunts and huff 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 and stuff like that. And I just found that to be very distracting. The show seems fine. Seems well made. Let's do which enemy is the strongest. Very good, Lord Bowser. The show seems well made. It's like a sci-fi thing. There's like mechs and robots and a bunch of ridiculous, light-hearted, fun characters running around doing like their mech sci-fi stuff. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it. You know, which one's stronger? What does that mean? This one can attack and has like a ranged attack, but this one is very hard to kill. I'm gonna say this one. Yeah! Oh, that's cool. They fight each other. Oh my god, this is just gambling. Who is stronger? Who wins in a fight? This guy on the left versus guy on the right. I feel like the car might have the edge. Can you try my code later? Thank you for the follow, Jack. You're gonna want to do exclamation point add. Exclamation point add. Car 1! Exclamation point add, and then the code. Anyway, Sin Duality Noir. I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't really feeling it, so regardless of like whether it's good or okay or whatever, I just decided to just go ahead and drop it. Did not continue on with it. I think a thwomp is more powerful than a guy. Hell fucking yes, we did it. Last one, okay. Oh, also, I think I'm realizing how this works. I think if we get it right, we get more coins than if we get it wrong. And the idea isn't that you have to get everything right. The idea is that you have to... The idea is you have to get enough money. Well, this seems really obvious. But perhaps it's like a trick. I'm gonna bet on the underdog. Fuck yes! That's a good trick. Paid out. You're welcome, Alter. That was really cool. That was really cool. Yeah, you have to go for the underdog. You know, you have to play the odds. What's the word? Is that how you phrase it when you want like a big payout? You bet on the one who's like has the most chance of, well, not the most chance, but the one who will pay off the most. Gotta play the odds. Whatever the fuck. We had to do it, and worked out great. Let's see. Yeah, exclamation point add. So you see how other people do like exclamation point add, and then a space, and then your code. Okay. The others in chat maybe can help out. Let's look at what Lord Bowser did like relatively recently. But yeah, that was great. Alter, I'm gonna hit next to bring up the next level, which at this point is gonna be Barnstormers. Fantastic. Jack, please. let me put into chat. Okay. Exclamation point add level code. Yeah, like Barnstormer said. And like we all said, that's how you do it, Jack. I hope you can manage it. Let me know. Anyway. Yeah. Check out one of the 2 most recent levels, your choice. Fantastic. I will do just that. Meanwhile, let me talk about another anime that came out. Hello, do you play viewer level worlds? I will. Just go ahead and submit. I'll say this. I do them 1 level at a time, but you can continue to submit it every, and as we go around the horn, we'll do your, you'll have another level, another level, you know. Thank you, Marcelo. Very good. Another anime that I watched the first episode of was Tonikawa, an ONA, an original net anime, sort of like a short bonus series following the second season, High School Days. The basic premise is this is a 4-episode special series where the main character, Tonikawa, is about a newlywed couple, which is very cute. They just got married and they're kind of cute together. And it's fun to watch them like get a little closer and a little closer as they settle into a marital life. High School Days basically involves the main character being asked to like teach at a girls' high school for a bit, and he's like, he's just like 18. He's like a young guy, and it's kind of fun to see him like go to this high school. I say it's kind of fun. It's really fun. I think that. This premise is great, first off. It's a great premise for a 4-episode special, and also, like, just going to this really fun new setting that is full of, like, new characters, a whole bunch of new characters that are, like, very well designed and also have fun personalities and shit. And also it forces it plays with a little bit of a jealousy from the wife, which is very, very cute and good. That's an interesting outfit. I don't think I've ever seen that. How do you get that outfit? Where do you get that outfit from? By the way, who's up now? Barnstormer. Where do you get that outfit? Maybe you don't remember. That's the Superworld outfit? Where does that come from? Does that come from, like... Do I have that? I might have that if it's just based on, like, doing a Superworld thing. Huh. Okay, shit, I must already have it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wearing it, though. Hell of a thing. You said the first two. Anyway, I've been really impressed with this ONA. The first episode was lovely, was super fun. Bunch of fun new characters, great premise. Cute little moments. I'll say so far, I think it's kind of outshining, like, the second season of Tonikawa, which, that second season was pretty great, so it's a surprise for them, like, a couple months later, like, a couple weeks later, actually, to just come up with a whole nother 4 episodes that are, like, even better than the stuff they were putting, like, presumably, first on TV, This music is very... Oh yeah, this is the Dongo's Cavern music. It's supposed to be pretty, like, subdued, right? Can you all hear it well? It's just some grumbling low notes, yeah. That's the Dongo's Cavern for you. Very, very atmospheric. How do I do this? Ah, okay. Like that. And this is the Dongo boss fights. Okay, it's just a regular boss fight. This is not, not that unusual. Huh? Whoa! No, this is the Lefalsos. The Lefalsos. Okay. Okay. And just like the Lefalsos, they drop down from the ceiling. That's pretty cool. How you did that. That's rad. With this key, where can I go? You got a little bit of like a dungeon exploration thing going in this, which is a nice, a nice touch. little bit of non-linearity as a treat, but not so much non-linearity that it's at all confusing. It's actually pretty straightforward in that respect. Hey Akufo, how you doing? I'll say it one more time, Tony Cow OVA. I think that it's really promising. And I think it's like has the chance to be one of the best things this season, I will say. Which, you know, considering it's just a 4-episode special, pretty remarkable. What room does that represent? Can you fall down and go to the earlier areas? No, that's muck down there. That's death. Hey, hello, Squink. Squink, first time? But I know a Squink. Oh, returning chatter, okay. I was looking at I saw Squink and I was like, I saw a box around it. I forgot that Twitch now has the thing where it tells you returning chatters. But not like everyone who returns and chats because, you know, most everyone here is a returning chatter. You know, someone I've seen before. I guess that means you're on your second visit. How you doing? Thank you for the level. Eh? Where you push the statues onto the button. Oh, I guess this is representing, like, you know, some of the statues, they don't come alive. You know, some of them are just statues. Whereas other ones you have to avoid and take seriously. Did we do something? Did we do a thing? Eh? Did I mess up? I feel like I messed up. I feel like I did. I mean, I could also try, like, pushing this guy over. Oh, bombs. Bomb wall, bomb wall. Right? Yeah, bomb wall. Go through the door. This is the thing that Dodongo's Cavern did. You know, making you have to time a bomb to, like, blow something up in midair. That was always a difficult thing. I guess it's funny to think, like, the first 3D Zelda dungeon forced the player to do that. I feel like every other dungeon, every other place where bombs are used in the series, they're like, no, that sounds really hard to time. We're not gonna make you do that. Yeah, especially in 3D. Yeah, totally. And, you know, it's cool. Is this another Lefalzo's room? Yeah, more Lefalzo's. Bet. That's probably it, right? We still have to fight a Dodongo, right? Right? This is like ominous version. Listen to this. We got a bomb in the eyes! That works! Wow! And this is where we were earlier, isn't it? Is this where we were earlier? Yeah, wait. Oh, because the on-off was the other way. We couldn't get into this door, even if we had a key. Oh, that's smart. A lot of smart design in this. I'm really impressed by how much you've captured, like, the spirit of the Dodongo's Cavern, and, like, just specific parts of the progression even. I was kind of expecting it to just be like the music or something, you know, and just be like a rudimentary level built around the music. But this, like, pretty much captures it accurately. I'm really impressed. You did a damn good job. I need to wait now. We got some folks in now, which is great. Means that you know, good variety of people whose levels to play, you know? Oh shit, this is cool. We have to dodge fireballs while we wait for another chance to attack. That's so smart, Jesus. Damn. Second time's the charm here. This design is really fucking good. Like, damn, god damn, man. Why do you switch to like the other Mario? Oh, is it to change the music? Make it so that the music is Super Mario Brothers instead of Zelda? Huh. Kind of an odd choice, but I respect it. Yeah, it's good music, that's true. Yikes. What's the Zelda music like? For like the boss, boss music. How many hits do you have to do? Just two, perfect. Was that 2? I think that was 2. Why is there another exit over there? Was there a secret pipe we could have gotten into? Let me check. Let me see. In that room, was there a secret pipe? GG. Oh! Look at that. Pikmin 4 is updating. Yeah, it's like a week out. You just always hide your flags? Gotcha. It's just an illusion, you mean. I was gonna look in the last room, see if there was another pipe. Oh, that's nice that Pikmin 4 is updating. That'll be next Thursday's stream. I'll start Pikmin 4. And, you know, that'll be... I won't be doing, like, a whole bunch of Pikmin streams, but, just the first night with it, I'm gonna stream that. That'll be fun. Thank you for the little Barnstorm. That was great. I was really impressed. Next up is Bowser again. Bowser just said list like not too long ago, so I think is good for it. Go ahead and say something if you like Lord Bowser. In any case, let me do another card and talk about what's on it. I watched the first episode of Help, new show. It's on, I believe, on High Dive. Basically, the premise is that the demon lord was defeated at some point in the past, and they're doing a competition to like replace the demon lord. And it turns out the front runner is a human, a really like big, tough, impeccably powerful human who seems to be nigh unstoppable, and also, you know, and also like, hey, wait a minute. There is some question, but also, like, just the fact that he's human is a little, like, worrisome to the main character. He's called Helk, by the way. That's his name. His name is Helk. There's this other character, this girl demon, who's like, wait a minute. She's, like, running the whole thing, and she's like, wait, what the fuck? The front runner's a human? You fools! They're just gonna, like, they're trying to take over. And it's like, oh, actually, listen to him. And Helk, there's a thing where he says, like, his motto is like, I hate all humanity. Let's kill all humans. Which, ameliorates the crowd and makes them on their side. But the main demon lady, she's just like, no, it must be a trick. This must be a trick. I don't believe this. And, as a result, the rest of the episode is like her trying to, like, cheat and, like, arrange the tournament such that he doesn't win. But, he's really fucking good at whatever he tries. So, you know, whether she changes it to be, like, whether just a little bit of a bender. Yeah, like a little bit of a bender, yeah. Whether or not it's like whether or not the competition is a fight, or if it's a, like a cooking contest or whatever the fuck, he manages to get through it, much to her frustration. I like all the characters. The characters are fun. The demon lady who's trying to to rig a thing. She's fun. The antics that she has caused are fun. That's right. This is 4-4 in your Super World, Lord Bowser. I think it's really fun so far. There's a moment where Helk, after like you know, being made to participate in a card stacking contest, he says like, the demon realm is so much fun, guys. This is great. I love this. I love this place. And that's about the vibe, you know. It's like, oh shit, it's fun hanging out with demons. They're fun fellas, even if they're up to some stuff. This is all very fun. You know? You know? Anyway, Helk seems like a winner. Seems very fun. There's also some very well animated action, and it seems like there's some fun intrigue as far as like what's going on with like the human society, what's going on with like war and stuff. There's some meat to that anime. Some meat beyond just like, oh, this is a really fun goof that this one really strong human wants to be the boss of the demons, you know, and is, you know, very much shares their worldview as far as like, yeah, I want to have fun, and fuck people. Fuck them all. I'm done with them. And he's just like this big He-Man looking motherfucker, by the way. You know, just picture like big, like muscle-chested, like barrel-chested, you know, no shirt, just like a big barbarian looking dude, just running around being like, hey, I hate humans, let's kill them all, let's fucking do that. And the crowd just going like, yeah, we love that, we love you, you're so fun, you're so fun and powerful. And he has like a good camaraderie, like if he beats a guy, he's like, you know, there's a scene early on where like a guy, where he's like approaching a guy who's on the ground, and the demon girl is like, who's running it is like, oh no, is she gonna like, you know, finish him off? And he instead like does the thing where, you know, he puts out his hand and pulls him up, and like, that was a great fight. Yeah, man, let's fight again. Oh, right, cool. You know, shit like that. That's cool how you have this set up where the bullet, where you have to wait for the thing, by the way. Didn't really grok that the first time. Though, you know, I think I have played this level before since I have gone through the Super World before Lord Bowser.
Oh no!
Guess I forgot, you know. Anyway, Helk. Really good. Promising as all hell, and I thought the first episode was a lot of fun, and there's some weird stuff going on with the humans, like, apparently there's, like, abandoned towns and stuff, and in addition to being really fun, I think it's handling that part of it just as well, which, fuck!
Oh no!
Be more careful. How about another card? Thank you, Barnstormer, for the level. Very good. Again, Helk, it's on high dive. It looks nice, funny, and seems to have something going on beyond just the funny bits, you know. And I really love the main girl as well in that, as well. I like Helk so far. I like the main character, you know, his name is Helk, I like him. And I like the main girl, and also, hey, the main girl also has, like, an impish, like assistant. And their, like, back and forth is really, like, cute and good. You know, her going like, you fool! You know, really just being really over the top. And him just being, like, a Kamek-like guy, you know, like in the Mario movie, how Kamek was, like, running around being a little impish, sidekick. You know, assistant. That's basically what I'm talking about. As far as, like, her comic relief foil. Thumbs up. How about another card? Also watch the first episode of Saint Cecilia. Yes, exactly. Just like in the movie. You know, the toady, basically, is what I'm talking about. A little caped toady. Little caped magical guy who's a toad. Kind of looks like a toad. in like a little robes like Kamek does. Watch the first episode of Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence. This show is very cute. The basic premise is that it's set in like a... Yeah, Kamek was great in the movie. It's set in like a little quiet little town, and apparently in this world that this show takes place in, there are priests that have like magical god powers. You know, they can commune with spirits or something. And this one priest works at a church, and has a nice fun relationship with a pastor. It starts off with her being like really, you know, saintly, you know, really graceful, and turns out the moment that all the parishioners and stuff go away, and it's just her and the pastor, she just like really like slumps over and just gets really cute and gets really like cutely lazy. You know, she has a much cuter and more innocent and personality that comes out when she is alone with her pastor friend. You know, the boy character. And it's very cute. Kind of has a little bit of that, you know, that whole situation, that setup. It's kind of really close to Umaru from, Himoto, that anime. I forget what... I forget how that's, Himoto, I think is the name of the show. It's like that where, like, yeah, she has multiple personalities. Not multiple personalities, but she acts differently depending on whether she's just alone or trying to be like, you know, the perfect saint, you know? Which is really fun. Really fun, like, to see the contrast. And either way, she is just very cute. She has adorable faces. And whether she's like acting cutely or lazily or like, you know, trying to act respectfully and trying to act like, you know, to her station, right? It's just very chill, very cute, and there's a little bit of like a romantic hint to it, which is nice, you know. It's fun to watch her get flustered by the guy as well, the pastor. I don't know if in this anime world if pastors are allowed to, like, you know, date or whatever, but clearly they're going for a little bit of a romance, which is a nice thing on top of like the Umaru like multiple demeanors thing, you know. I think that show is great. Gonna watch. Easy to commit to, I'll say. Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence. Easy to commit to, that anime. Helk, also easy to commit to. Those, I have now talked about the last three new shows that aired, as far as new shows that aren't returning seasons. So Sin Duality, Noir, passing on that one, but the other two, Helk and Saint Pastor whatever, gonna go ahead with them. I just got a couple more to talk about that are returning shows, but returning shows. So next up is Alter for Walter, by the way. Go ahead and confirm Alter. Let me see if this works. I think my phone, the chat on my phone got disconnected, but let me just try this and see if it works. I need to restart the Twitch app. My phone. Sometimes the phone. Alter for Walter is here. Fantastic. Good. Okay. Don't need to do any UR up. Perfect. There's like 2 more animes that had like first episodes this week, you know, as part of the new season, but they are returning animes, so there's not as much to talk about with them. They're returning animes that I watched the first seasons of, those being Spy Classroom Season 2, which I'll say, Spy Classroom is a fun little spy anime about like some girls who are part of a spy team and they're sort of being trained by a big, tough spy guy who's like impeccably good. You know, he sort of like succeeds without trying, and he basically decides to train them by saying, like, okay, you guys just try to beat me, and you can learn by your mistakes, and you can learn by, like, you know, you can learn by experience, because I'm the best and you'll never be able to get me, but maybe eventually in time you'll get good enough to be able to manage. And if that ever happens, like, oh boy, you know, that's gonna be a thing. Go ahead and put up the timer. This new episode, you know, sort of follows on from the last season. And I thought it was really nice. It's just a nice little self-contained... The first episode... Ooh, that's fun. The first episode was just a nice, self-contained little romp that sort of sets up the first arc and also involves a little bit of a flashback, which, hey, is a lot more well handled, which I think they handled a lot better than any of the flashbacks in the first season, which kind of felt out of place and sort of like mess with the flow a little bit, you know. They would sort of like flash back and be like, okay, well, we already finished this arc off. But we want to do some more stuff before that big event happened. So let's flash back just to do some more episodes in the training phase. You know, when they were training for the big mission. That's what they did last season, but this time the flashback is much more naturally inserted into the episode, and it's just a fun little self-contained romp that sets things up nicely and gets you back up to speed. So far, Season 2 seems like it's setting off on a better foot than Season 1 of thank you for the level, by the way, of Spy Classroom. I thought it was a damn good time, and, you know, good shit. Can't wait to see the rest of it. I'll say Spy Classroom, the first season was like 3 months ago, or like it was either 3 months ago or 6 months ago, so it's not exactly like a huge gap that it's had, but still, hey, they're calling it the second season. It's not like the first season Core 2 or something. You know, it's not like the first season Part 2. They're calling it second season, so, you know, that's what it is. Thank you for the level. That was quite nice. Very entertaining. Was I gonna die there? I don't think I was gonna die. I think I was pretty much good to go the whole time. I'm not sure what... I guess the part with the P block was pretty tight. You're right. I'll say easy. Easy. I would agree on that. Complete. Next up is Marco Bello. Marcelo Bello, sorry. Marcelo Bello. Let me at Marcelo Bello. Bello is what the minions say. They say bello instead of hello. But maybe it's a name in this case. Kind of sounds like a name, not like a Minions reference. You're up. Go ahead and confirm, Marcelo. Was Marcelo the one No, Marcelo was the one who... Was Marcelo the one with the super world, or the one with the... who was having trouble getting it in? Did Joe get it in? Maybe Joe... Was it Joe? I forget if it was Joe. Did whoever was having trouble getting the code in manage it? Well, hey, you know, sorry if you couldn't manage it, but, you know, any time's good if you want to still get it in, whoever that was. You know, it's been a minute. It's been a while since then. Marcel Bello, please confirm. Meanwhile, another card. The second and last of the new shows to air is The Devil is a Part-Timer Season 2. But the weird thing is about it is that it's actually the third season. You know, there was one season like 8 years ago or something. Then there was another season last year, and this makes the third season. Well, I guess they called the second season The Devil is a Part-Timer. They called the first season Devil is a Part-Timer with 1 exclamation point. Then they called the second season The Devil is a Part-Timer with 2 exclamation points. And then now the third season is 2 exclamation points, Season 2. That's kind of dumb. The numbering. Someone needs to learn how to count. It's not me. I know it's the third one. But Devil is a Part-Timer. It's about a devil who ends up in our world. He's like a big King Satan guy in an alternate world, a demon lord, you know? And he takes a job at McDonald's, and like, not McDonald's, like the equivalent of McDonald's. Hello, Rayo Pookie? Ravio Pookie. How you doing? He takes a job at McDonald's, McRonald's, I think they call it. And it's sort of just like a fun little thing with like the heroes and the demon lords all running around modern ass Japan doing stuff and going on cute little adventures. This first episode of this season was a cute little romp that was pretty fun, and that's all I really wanted from it. I'm pretty happy with that, you know. No, not really that much to say. It's the same as the previous seasons, except, you know, hey, it seems like the restaurant is back. It was closed. I think it was closed for a while during the last season, or during season 2 of Devil's a Part-Timer. It was closed for like the back half of it or something. I don't remember, but it's reopened now, and they're gonna be back to work, which, hey, that's pretty good. I like it when they do the part-time work. I'll see you later, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. I'm not seeing Marcelo in chat. Let's do the Super World. But by the way that we do this, for those who don't know, if you're not here when your level comes up, if you're here when your level comes up, we give it the full time of day. But if not, we do it in very nearly but not quite sudden death, where we'll only have 2 tries to beat the level. So if this is a really hard one, we might have some trouble. This looks pretty mild, though. Looks pretty mild. I think all we have to do is fly good, which is manageable. And also, hey, you know what? It's gonna give me some power-ups. If I might be fucked if I lose one. Can we do this? Yes, okay. Here's a checkpoint, great. I'll say a checkpoint will refresh our tries, regardless of, you know, back up to 2 if we had lost one, let's say. This actually seems quite doable. This must be an unusual super world if it's starting with a balloon level. That's just very unusual. There's the exit, but I lost my balloon, so I wouldn't be able to finish there. Can we just, like, charge through this? Yes, if only barely. Oh. Dang it. Well, that's sudden death for you. That was pretty close, I'll say. Marcelo, if you're here, I can give you a timer and, you know, do it regular style. But if not, we'll be moving on now, as is how sudden death works. We gotta prioritize the people who are here and present. And I'll say, you know, regardless of whether I can't beat a level in sudden death or regular or during the lightning round, you can always resubmit it at some other time, and I'll give it another go whenever you like, you know. Even same stream is fine, or another stream would also be fine. All good. Next up is Koofy. Go ahead and confirm Koofy. Get that down. Koofy LP. Let me at Koofy LP. It's here. Perfect. Okay. Lovely. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Let me do another card while I pull up this thing. Give thoughts on this on highlights on the new simulcast season, aka summer. Now that it's all started up. Right. So I just wanted to say, you know, I've been talking about this season as it's been as like new shows have been starting up, and I'll say overall I stand by what I've said. I think overall this season is a little weaker than previous seasons have been, but looking across the layout, the lineup, there was at least one or two, or maybe even three things on every day. In some cases, like 3 things or more. At least 2 or 3 things on every day. That's pretty good. And we haven't done the Super World, so let's do this. Let's do the Super World, huh? That'd be my pick if I'm picking Super World. There's been like something good on every single day of the week, you know, like coming up on like a simulcast. This is a collection of vertical levels. Well, that's interesting. There's been something good coming out like every day of the week. You know, Monday through Monday, you know, all 7 days of the week, which honestly is all that I can ask for, even in a week season. You know, there are some seasons where there's not something on every day, and at any rate, that means that like I'll always have something new to watch as far as anime goes. And I'll say as far as highlights though, I might have played one before. That's fine. I'll manage. I can manage that. I'll say as far as highlights go, I think this new season of Jujutsu Kaisen has been really phenomenal. As far as returning shows go, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, starting with like a whole separate arc with like a bunch of new characters, has been like really fun and tense and good. Oh my god, it also kind of expands the world in a little bit, you know? The first season of Jujutsu Kaisen, it just seemed like, okay, there's monsters, and then there's the Jujutsu sorcerers, who are the ones who can, like, fight the monsters, and they work for the government. And now in Season 2, they're sort of establishing, like, okay, there's also totally, like, a bunch of fucking supernatural hitmen running around who have all the same powers as, or, like, their own version of the magics that the Jujutsu sorcerers have. But, you know, they use them to do crimes, and there's, like, weird cultists and, like, religious orders and stuff that also, you know, can be combatants and do stuff. And that's been so rad. I think that Undead Murder Force and Reborn as a Vending Machine are up there for me as far as new shows go. Helk could potentially be there as well. And I think Zom 100. Zom 100, definitely a highlight. And Reign of the Seven Spellblades, I'll say that is also up there. As far as, like, returning shows goes, in addition to Jujutsu Kaisen, I think Tony Kawa, that ONA that I talked about earlier, I think that one is definitely a highlight. And I'll say that Horimiya Season 1 was one of my favorite shows that year. Or, you know, and it just was one of my favorite shows when that came out. The first season of it was, so it has the pedigree, that one does, but I don't know if it's quite as hot as the first season, since it's sort of made out of parts that they didn't adapt the first time. So yeah, anyway, I think that this season, while not as strong as the previous couple seasons, it still has stuff to watch on every day, and I think there are, turns out, a number of highlights. Ones that are like, and ones that are, you know, like, not repeats. Yeah, I think I might have played this one. You're right. You're right. I think I have, yeah. I remember this one. Still, you know, let's... I'm curious, like, what your other ones are, so let's do it this way. And this is also just a good level, so, you know, can't go wrong with it. Any other highlights? Well, I think there's things that could become highlights with more episodes. You know, like I think that Pastor Saint and Pastor could be a highlight. I think there's several that could end up in the S tier, you know, at the end of the season, but you know, I just don't know yet. It's too soon to say. There might be others like that. We'll see. I'm fine playing a level again if it's like a really good level, and this is, hey, a really good level. Good shit. I like that one. You made, yeah, that's right. You said it was number 9 of 39 in a contest. That's great. Whew. I'll say I'm still a little sleepy. Like I said, I went to Silver Dollar City this week, you know, on like Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'll say like I haven't gotten much sleep. I didn't get much sleep when I was while I was there because the accommodations were pretty not great. You know, they're kind of like miserable. But I got like a good 10 hours of sleep last night, but honestly, maybe I could use a little more. A little tired still. But I'm managing. It's funny how adrenaline, like I'll say like being a little bit out of sleep, didn't stop me from being wide awake throughout that whole, you know, theme park experience. So it's funny how adrenaline will do that to you, you know. Keep you going. Thank you for the level. Let me go ahead and hit the timer down. Hit next. Next up is Squink. Go ahead and confirm Squink. Squink just confirmed. Fantastic. I think I got like a little bite here. I wonder if that's from Silver Dollar City. A thing that I think was interesting that they said, right, is that at Silver Dollar City, is that they don't have much in the way of like pests, right? They don't have like a mosquito problem. And the reason is because they're sort of set on top of like a big natural cave, and apparently at night the bats that live in the cave, they come out and they eat all the mosquitoes, which is pretty neat. I will say they don't eat all the flies, so there were still some flies running around all the food areas, which kind of unfortunate, you know. Ooh, that feels good to scratch. That feels good to scratch. Ooh, that's nice. Anyway, Squink is up next. Let me go ahead and pull up Squink's thing, and I'll also do a card. One more anime thing. I finished rewatching some stuff in the Konosuba. Basically finished Season 2 and the OVA of Season 2. I'll say, like, Season 2 I loved. I'm really strong on it. I think that's 5 out of 5 and also a favorite, which means that it is stronger than Season 1. But basically a lot of that comes down to the end of the first season. Well, I'll say like there are strong arcs throughout the entire season, but at the end of the season there's just an incredible arc where they go to like the town, like a town of hot springs, right? And it turns out in this town it lives like a bunch of like cultists for like a weird religious sect, right? And they just run around doing like the weirdest scams ever on everyone who's there. Like, a great example is, like, the first thing that happens, right? It's like, oh no, a person, like, drops their apples, right? And, you know, our main characters, they're like, oh, hey, let us help you pick up your apples. And she says, like, oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go to a cafe that's run by our cult, and then we can talk about this. And they're just like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, let's go. And they're like, oh, we don't want to do that. And she says, like, wait. You have really bad luck. I can tell I'm a fortune teller. Come with me and I'll clear your luck. Come on, let's go. And it's just like it's just like from there, it's like a series of really elaborate scams that people are trying to put up. It's amazing. It's an amazing sequence of just like a character walking up and being like, oh no, I'm being chased by a big scary guy. That's right, I'm a big scary guy. Oh, but if you guys were were like signed up with our cult. You know, I bet this guy would be scared off. Yeah, he said like, yeah, I'm a big scary guy, but oh man, if you were affiliated with that cult, oh man, I would run the fuck off right now. And the other character goes, oh no, this is so unfortunate. All I have is this paperwork that you can sign and sign up to our cult. And it's just a fucking good arc. It's just fucking funny. It's just a series of those and just an incredible joke setting. And I think the standout. There's also the OVA, which I'll say is just an OVA. It's an episode of the show. It maybe goes a little long. It's not quite as outrageous and funny as the rest, as like a regular episode. It more comes off as a deleted episode that they said, I don't know if this one's really good enough to make the cut. Let's just release it as an OVA on the disc, you know, as a bonus thing. And also, you know, it's on Crunchyroll as well. So, you know, people in America should just watch it for, you know, if they have the service. Squink, what are we doing? Should we do the Super World or should we newest upload? Okay. New Wave Bossa Nova. Very cool.
Okay.
Now, I'm not sure, by the way, when about we'll get to the lightning round during this stream. Konosuba, fantastic show. Really enjoying rewatching it. Still have to rewatch the movie. And then I'll be done with my rewatch. What is going on here? So spooky. Some sort of coin hunt, I reckon. Really enjoying rewatching that. Just have the movie to go. Which, I will say, the movie has some, does have some material in there that's a little bit, you know, transphobic, which is very unfortunate, but, you know, there are things you can do to, like, hand wave that and say, like, well, this is like this show is kind of like Always Sunny, you know. On some level, the characters are horrible, and that's part of it. But, you know, it's still a little rough to, it's still a little bit like, ooh, maybe you shouldn't have made that joke, actually. Would have been better if you didn't. But, I do remember the movie does have a very, 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 very funny joke setting, which is also the setting of the spin-off that they did, which, you know, is nice. Hoofy saying can't find it. Is this not it? Oh, the list thing that you were saying earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have context for that. Ah. I can get another frog. I need to get an on-off, on-off. So I can go through there. Oh, through this little gap. Here we go. I'm not frogged, so I can't do that. But I can go get a frog. I can go get a frog. Boy howdy, I wish I could just exit with this frog instead of going, like, all the way around. Well, it's not a problem unless I lose this one as well. It would be a problem if I lost this. How about another card? Don't travel, make you appreciate home. Like I've been saying, I just got back from a big road trip out to Silver Dollar City in, like, the Ozarks, you know, by, like, Branson, Missouri or whatever. And, you know, I'll say, as much as I enjoyed going out there and doing all the traveling and stuff, and like, you know, going to the theme park and shit, seeing like nice trees along the way. I'll tell you, like, when you get to that bed in the hotel room and you realize, like, oh, this is the bed, huh? Oof, oof, you know? When you realize, like, oh, this is the noise that you have to hear at night. Oh, I don't like that. You know? There's always a bunch of stuff like that where you just have to sort of deal with it, and it's just like makes you glad when eventually you come all the way back. You get home and you just get to like relax and sleep on your regular fucking bed, you know? You know what I mean? Like that is always just like no matter how good a trip is, when you get home, you get to your own bed, you know, you get to eat good food again. You know, like properly good food. It's just, always oh so nice, you know? And I was only gone for like 2 nights, you know? And yet, you know, as I was like laying there listening to like weird rumbles and like stuff that I could not block out properly with like my, with like, even with like big old noise blocking things over my ears and lying on a bed that was creaky and not comfortable. You know, these things. I was just thinking like, God, I'm having a good time at the theme park, but can't wait to get home. Hey, there's the music. GG. I still do want to do bigger trips sometime, you know, like I want to go to Cedar Point, and I think Cedar Point will be like a maybe more of a 3-day than a 2-day type park, you know. They have so many goddamn killer attractions and all. And there's other parks as well that I'd love to go to. You know, like I have never been to SeaWorld Orlando, and it's been so long since I've been to like actual Disney, like either of the Disneys. Like I should probably, if there's any theme parks you should go to, the Disneys are like chief among them, aren't they? I'll say like I'm more into the thrill rides than anything, so Disney, they're a little more spread out for like, you know, for that. But from what I know, like all the rides at a Disney park that are at each park are winners. So, you know, at the very least it's like consistent. It's a little bit like this park here at like Silver Dollar City, and that like, oh, it might, each of the 5 parks individually might not have that many like killer attractions, but each one of them, each attraction is a killer attraction. S tier at any other park, you know? Thank you for the level, Squink. That was really nice. The music at the end was good, and that was a nice underwater sort of thing. Oh, I get it. It's like the part where you're going in the part. It's like in Majora's Mask, rescuing the Zora eggs. That's the idea here. Beautiful. That's a clever idea. That's very well thought of. Let me hit what's the word? I'll hit next because that was a maker code. How are the levels? The levels are good. Levels are good tonight. I am so glad to be home, you know, to sleep in my actual bed soundly, to like be able to go to and get like actual goddamn good food. All that is just really lovely, as well as being able to do like, you know, stuff on my computer, as well as do the streams as per normal. You know, that's I enjoyed the trip immensely, but you know, I'm so glad to be home right now. I'll say that. I'm so glad to be streaming for y'all. You know, it's like they say at the end of not Back to the Future, Bill and Ted, the second one. They say, you know, the best time to be is now, and the best place to be is here. They didn't mean my apartment. They meant the like you know, the place that they were, but I do think that's still true. It still holds. Goron City is the next one. Very good. Let's see. We should probably start the lightning round some point. I did spend like the first half hour of the stream talking about Silver Dollar City in particular. So let's say we'll say 2:30. 2:30 lightning round start. This will be probably a longer stream compared to the usual like viewer level streams. But you know, we're starting really early. It's easy to go late. You guys are gonna tag team the like a Zelda themed thing. I guess your level, even though it was like Zelda themed and had the music at the end, it wasn't like a Link level. You didn't play as Link because it was in like the, you know, the wrong theme for it, and also maybe wouldn't have worked as well. Bombs blowed that up, right? Hell yeah. Have I played an earlier version of this level? I think I might have. This seems a little familiar. My headphones just like winked out for a second. That's weird. I think it was just the headphones though. I did have them plugged in while I was away on holiday. You know, traveling, I think, so they shouldn't be out of power. If they are out of power, that's a problem. You know how it would be a problem, right? The frog is a stand-in for Zora. Ah! That works, okay, I could see that. I can see that. Go right. Yeah, I've definitely played this level before. Must have been an earlier version, though. What about has changed recently in this level? Anything in particular, or just like, you know, general stuff? I definitely remember like some of these specific setups. Step on it, probably. And pull a bomb. Perfect, okay. You really nailed this. Again, you really nailed the music. I'll say what I did last time. This music, it sounds like it, you know? Not every part of it sounds exactly, you know, right, but some parts are just like really uncanny, you know? Okay, we need to get through that while maintaining our thing. Third tries the charm here. Get past that. What the hell? Can you like duck under it when it springs or something? Let's find out. Bomb! The bomb! Bomb flowers are Gordon. I will say I did see in chat a hint. Bomb flowers. That's a good hint. I didn't think of that. I feel like I might have been like a second away from getting it on my own when you said. You just get that, right? Oh, maybe not. Nope. Okay. Even if you're like inches away. I did have breakfast, by the way, before the stream. Had Had some eggs, you know? Just a good old regular ass breakfast, you know? Been a while since I had just like good, you know, since I've been on the trip and all. Been a while since I was able to just have like a regular ass plate of eggs and some bagels, you know? Very good. Serious song. Or the Lost Woods theme, also. Oh. Just keep going. I think this is a loop. Good shit. I quite enjoyed it. I've been through it before. I don't know what changed, but it's still sick. Either way, happy to do that and to leave a like and all that, you know, as I do. Let's see now. This was a code, so hit complete and then hit. Did it go off? Where are the Pikmin? Oh no, I saw those Pikmin. Let me see what's going on with that. 1 second here. Let me check where those Pikmin were. Did y'all see the Pikmin? I didn't hear Pikmin. Well, the capture thing is working. Did the Pikmin go and I just didn't hear it? Let me see. Testing that. What the fuck? Why isn't it... Hang on 1 second. Let me troubleshoot that real fast. Connections. Twitch bot. There we go. Okay, why wasn't the Twitch bot connected? What the fuck? Usually it just connects automatically. Okay, there we go. Let me just there we go. That's what should have happened the first time. There you go. Sorry about the issue with the Pikmin. Ravo, Pookie. I think I fixed it. I think we're good now. And I, you know, made up for the ones that didn't go off. So we're good to go. Okay. I don't, you know, used to be I would test everything before going live. But more recently I've just been like, it's always working, it's fine. You know, I used to test like all the alerts. Test. Where's my thing? There we go. That's working. That's perfect. Okay. I used to test like all my alerts and stuff like beforehand just to make sure, you know, there wasn't issues, but then there never was, so, you know, I stopped testing stuff like before just as a precaution, but you know, knock on wood, it usually works, so whatever. Next up is Snow. Snow, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna at Snow. Snow says WSP. What does that mean? Wasp? Well, shit, partner. Maybe it means well, shit, partner. That would make sense. Well, shit, partner. What's up? Oh, okay. I can sort of see that. Well, shit, partner also works, though. While I'm typing this in, I'm gonna do another card. Talk about what's on it. Whoops. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Can you put that back in and I'll just like, select it? Fuck. That's the first time that's ever happened. I hit the wrong key on my thing. Just put that in there and I'll do like select or something. Viewer level select. But yeah, just add that code back in if you would be so kind. Let me just check the command to select that right to get that back in. Select and then username. Okay, easy. Okay, select snow 360. Okay, thank you. Very good. Sorry about that. Meant to do this. Y'all remember getting an entire summer off entirely? Man, thinking about that. You know, when you're a kid, right? You get the entire fucking summer off, like 2 months at least. You know, maybe more, maybe less. But goddamn, now as an adult and you know, having a job and all, an American adult, I know that in Europe they take like an entire month off. God damn, though, that was an amazing thing that I don't think I really appreciate how unusual it was and how much of a luxury it was. You don't get a whole. Oh shit, this looks.
Oh no.
Okay, fuck. This looks difficult to say the least. You don't get like a whole 2 months off
Oh no.
or a whole 1 month off. At best, you know, you can take like 2 weeks off, maybe 3 in like the winter. You know, like around like Christmas and stuff. But like a whole 2 months, man. That just I'm envious of that, you know? And that's sort of like the one thing that teachers have as like a cool as like a perk of the job, right? Is that they get like their entire summer off as well. Which, you know, the rest of us adults we don't get, right? I'm sure there on some level we are all like really deeply envious of teachers and kids and stuff getting that two month span off. You know, I would never. I don't think I would be cut out for teaching, though. I would never like want to do that. First off, it doesn't pay as well as other professions, you know. And second off, I don't really know I like kids that much. You know, feel like dealing with kids all the time, that'd be like a whole headache. I don't know about that. But goddamn if I'm not like jealous, you know, of just getting all the fucking time off in the world. You know? 2 weeks is an amazing luxury that I just, you know, because I have unlimited PTO and also I've been at the company like long enough where I do feel like it's perfectly good to take like, you know, 3 weeks off in the winter, 2 weeks off in the summer, and have that be it as far as like time off goes. And you know, you time your time off so that you're taking it when you also have other days off, you know, like the 4th of July or like, you know, major holidays. And that makes like a limited amount of like PTO days feel like they go a lot farther. How the fuck do you get that one down there? That coin down there. Also, I do notice we have 70 seconds. Wonder if that's a tight timer. So far, it doesn't seem like it's that tight. Anyway. Yeah, so speaking of 2 weeks now, I'll be back to work on Monday. That's part of why, you know, that's part of why this is, the schedule is back to normal on Monday next week as well. Because, like, yeah, you know, vacation's over. Break's over. Right now, it is still Friday, and it's still the middle of the day, so I'll say, like, you know, if I hadn't taken time off, I would be at work right now. So I'm still benefiting from my PTO. You know, I haven't entered the part of the time where it'd be like, okay, I would have had this weekend anyway, you know, because it's the weekend and all. We haven't quite gotten there yet, but, you know, it's 2 o'clock. There's only like, what, 3 hours of actual time off left, and then the rest is just like the normal weekend, which ends, you know? I'll say this 2-week span has been really nice. It's been nice to have time off, you know, at least a little bit of it. And you know, it's very much the same thing as I do think it's not super dissimilar to when I was a kid. I have another card that's sort of related to this. It's not too dissimilar to when I was a kid, where it just feels like, oh man, you know, I had a hell of a good 2 weeks where I didn't have to work. And, you know, now, back to the old grindstone, you know. And it's kind of sad to think about, you know. I guess I am refreshed. I don't really know how refreshed I am, though, considering that I spent a good deal of this week, like, running around, traveling, and, you know, going places, and not sleeping super well. I guess I will say, like, because during this trip I have had to get up early, my sleep schedule isn't, like, off or anything. I got up, like, a couple of times this morning, around the times I would get up for a work day, and then I sort of went back to bed because, you know, I'm a little bit sleep deprived. I didn't want to spend the time. But at the very least, shouldn't be a case where, you know, I'm staying up until, like, 4 in the morning or something when I get back to work. At the very least, I'll probably be going to sleep at a normal time around midnight or 1 a.m. or something. And, you know, getting up at a normal time in the morning. And that'll be good for my work day, you know? Next card, do people honestly like theme park food? I do wonder this sometimes. And I'll say, like, of Silver Dollar City, we ended up being pretty disappointed of the food with it at that place. Especially because we had watched some YouTube videos, right? You know, as you do, you watch YouTube videos of places you want to go. And saw some people who were like, I don't know, like travel bloggers or something, you know, that sort of thing. More explicitly, just that, I think. Talking about, like, oh, you know, Silver Dollar City. There's a lot of food just being cooked outdoors and shit. And you can just, you know, go follow your nose, whatever smells good. And I did follow my nose on the first day. We went to a pizza place because I smelt pizza. And that smelled good. And then it was like sub-cafeteria grade pizza. I was just like, okay. I guess, shit. It couldn't have been, it couldn't have just been like some, like, New York style pizza, could it have been? Like, seriously, had to be like the bottom of the dumpster pizza. Like, sub-cafeteria grade. And then from there on out, like, the meals were like okay at best, right? Had some like some baby back ribs, which were like okay, little spicy for my taste. Had to like, I guess that's just the thing about ribs, honestly, is that they're usually kind of spicy. But okay, here we are this time again. Oh, I think I see. We need to like do this. Perfect. Okay. What?
Oh no!
Damn, that was close. We just had to like thread that needle and also like stop on a dime. I don't think I realized where the hole exactly was or how close I was to it.
Oh no!
Anyway, I'll say the meals there were kind of disappointing. I also had like a big turkey leg, which, you know, the first couple bites into this massive turkey leg were like, oh, this is pretty good. It's kind of juicy. But then I kept on biting and it's like, you know what? I remember why we don't just have like big ass massive turkey legs for regular meals. You want a little bit more variety than that. You know, something like some sides and shit. And I couldn't really finish it, unfortunately. I also had like just a burger for dinner, which was like on the second night, which was like just the most average burger ever.
Oh no!
Just the most average, mediocre burger ever. Doesn't really compare to like... I'll say it's like
Oh no!
better than some fast food burgers I've had. It wasn't like repulsive or anything, but it wasn't good. I don't know that I'd use the word good to describe the burger I had at Silver Dollar City. It was like the Logger's Delight or something. Acceptable.
Oh no!
Edible. That's maybe more the language I would use to describe that burger.
Oh no!
Anyway, I do wonder this because the YouTubers we watched beforehand were like, oh, you know, you can't go wrong. The food's really good everywhere. And maybe if we had like some specific recommendation as far as like an actual specific restaurant that's actually specifically good, maybe then we would have found something good, but we didn't find shit that was good. And we're kind of just really sour on the whole thing. And I'll say that's generally the way theme park food is. Like even at Six Flags, forget about it. I'll say, like when I went to Fiesta, Texas, I did not have any food at the theme park. I strictly like left the theme park, went to Whataburger, or went to like an actual restaurant in San Antonio, you know, like a fancy one, you know, rather than something on premises. But with Silver Dollar City, it's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, sort of a good distance away from Branson. So we really didn't have much choice in the matter, you know. We could either eat at the park or not eat. So we ate at the park, and yeah, wasn't the greatest, I'll say. If people really like that shit, I don't know. Maybe they just are good at calibrating their expectations, you know. Keeping in mind, like, oh yeah, it's theme park food. It's not going to be the best. It's going to be, like, okay. And if it's okay, hey, that's great. You know, eat it, eat it, eat it. Oh, this is okay. I could eat this. Oh yeah, it's pretty tasty. You know, it's no Whataburger, but you know, what is? Whataburger's like the best food out there. That's why it's so popular. You know, Whataburger, Five Guys, you know, you name your favorite fast food restaurant. The reason that they're so everywhere, so ubiquitous, is that they're some of the tastiest shit out there. And it's hard to compare, you know. And also, they have to make it on scale, you know. They have a lot of people coming to eat at these theme parks, you know. So, they gotta make it quick, and they gotta make it cheap, and that economy of scale is gonna mean that it's gonna be kind of grody in the end. I'll say there are some meals at theme parks that have been good, and I'll say I hope that Disney is. I don't remember what the food is like at Disney, but since they have like a whole theme park where the focus is kind of on the food, Epcot, I assume the food must be better than at like your average run-of-the-mill theme park, or your average, even like your high-end. Like I imagine they're better than Universal is. Universal does have some decent stuff, and especially if you go into like the outdoor, like the City Walk, there are some pretty damn good City Walk restaurants, I'll say. And I really like the Confiscos, and Mythos is also like top tier as far as like theme park restaurants go. You know what? Universal has some fucking good food, but also you can just have like a lousy burger at Universal if you want, or like an okay burger. You know, as I think about it, I think Universal's food might be actually on average pretty good. I would put it in the pretty good category. Though there is some stuff where it's just like, okay, you can choke this down and be done. And that's all you need to do, you know? Oh, hey, we made it here again. Fantastic. Damn it. Fuck. Okay. One more topic related to the theme parks and the trip and all that, and the vacation. No, that's not true. I made some spaghetti. So, going off the food conversation, after I got home yesterday, I didn't take a nap despite being really sleep deprived. Instead, I said, oh, I want to go to Target. I want to go to Target right now. I want to go get some food. I want to go get some groceries. And, you know, it was that case of like, yeah, you know, you shouldn't shop when you're hungry. because you'll just buy a bunch of shit, and I did buy a bunch of shit. Shit!
Oh no!
That was a throw. Did it in the wrong order there. Anyway, bought a bunch of shit at Target, and including enough stuff to make spaghetti. And yeah, indeed, I did make some spaghetti. A big old thing of spaghetti with big, delicious sausages. Had a plate of that last night, and oh my god. It had been so long since I had a full-ass, meaty meal that was, like, enjoyable from the start to the finish, and just, oh. Just another thing to be grateful for being home. Being able to just eat good food that you make yourself, or, you know, going out to, like, a really good restaurant, like, you know, like a Whataburger or something. I say a really good, you know, for fast food, for, like, a chain restaurant. Though also I'll say, like, I don't eat at many places that are, like, just one-offs, you know, just, like, fancy places. The most expensive a meal gets from me is probably, like, either Five Guys or, like, if the ramen place that I go to. And in that case, it's probably, like, 20 bucks tops. You know? I don't eat places that are, like, 30 or 40 bucks. I think, like, a steakhouse, that's a little bit more in, like, the 30-buck range. And, like, anything fancier than that's like a... You know, most places that are fancy are a little bit on the pricier side. Hey, the timer is up. That means we're going to last tries, where we have 5 last tries to beat the level. We are also right at 2:30, so I believe the next level will be the first one in the lightning round. And I'll just do one more card here. I'm thinking about the back half of 2023 now. That's the first one. Now that my vacation is just about over, I have to think about things again. Shit. I have to think about the last half of the year. You know, before you go on like a July, January trip, you can just relax and be like, okay, you know what? I'm focusing on that trip that's coming up. I'm focusing on plans for that trip that's coming up. And I don't have to worry about anything after that. And now that's done, I have to think, like, not only like, oh, I'm going back to work on Monday. Shit. Well, that was 5 tries. Really wasted. Thank you for the level. Really hard, but we did get really close that one time. Maybe eventually, with enough time and enough tries, we could do it. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna hit dismiss. Make it the mini. And folks, let me say, I'll finish my let me finish my thought on the rest of the year. You know, now I have to think about things like oh, I'm back to work on Monday, right? Not just that, but also I have to think like, okay, my lease is up in December at this place, and I don't really like living here because it's not that good. And also, I'm really tired of, like, the like, nearby loud bars and stuff. You know, despite how happy I am to be back, I think I can do better as far as, like, a location to live. So I have to start thinking about that and thinking, like, well, I don't think I can get a house yet. So that's out. I think that's out of the question. But could there be a better like, apartment to live in out there? That's a question I have to consider now. I also have to consider, like, oh yeah, you know, games are coming out. That's the good thing, you know. Hey, worrying about that, I have to consider, like, well, there's stuff I was wanting to do, like, after the trip. Now I have to actually do it, and god damn it, that's just a daunting thing. Are y'all like that? Are y'all like that, where you just, like, compartmentalize and just say, like, okay, I have a big trip coming up, a big vacation coming up in the summer. I don't have to worry about the fall yet. And now that the trip is over, do y'all, when your trip ends, do y'all think like, oh shit, now I have to think about the fall and the winter, and like, you know, doing like you know, how work and stuff and job prospects and like, you know, and like romance and like all sorts of things, exercise, fucking all sorts of things that were sort of put on the back burner while some big vacation, some big trip was sort of the focus, you know. Anyway, let's do it. I'll say, by the way, the next level will be Ravo, who just did Pikmin at me. Thanks for throwing Pikmin at me. We will be doing now the lightning round. It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, 7 for subs, and also for the first level of the night in the lightning round, which will be Ravo Pookies. You get bonus heads, which come in a variety of shapes. You can see there's Bowser heads, there's Peach heads. There's some that aren't Mario related that are rarer. Those are like, there's like 5, for every Mario set of Mario heads, there's 5 copies of them, and just 1 for each of the non-Mario heads, so they're gonna be quite unlikely. So if you see one of those, you got really lucky. Let's randomize it. I'm not looking, you can't see it. Hitting the button, stopped. Toad. We got Toad heads, perfect. Let's go ahead and do that shit. 7 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. And it is the same as earlier, by the way. If you're not here, we go to sudden death, which means a smaller amount of tries. And if you arrive, like, during sudden death, we'll convert you from sudden death to the lightning round, you know. Subtract. We'll add 3, basically. And go from there. Super Mario Super Slide 2. It's a slide. Let's do it. And enjoy. Doesn't look that hard either. Fantastic. That means probably these lives are gonna be pretty chill. Yeah, so far this is not so bad. Okay, just need to run at that point and we should be good. And again, I'll say a checkpoint will refresh. There are some jumps here and stuff that are a little difficult, but they're not so bad. Ooh. What? Okay. We're upside down. Oh boy. But it's sort of an auto at this point. Right now, it would seem. I'm pretty sure. So I'm just holding and just hoping for the best. Oh god. That was such a close shave there. I was sort of worried for a second. Do I need to jump or hold back or something? But nah, it's good. 100%. Lovely little level. That was fun. I liked when it turned upside down. I didn't expect that. Great work, Ravo Pookie. Go ahead and get that bonus down. Hit complete. And next. Next up is Squink. Squink says GG. W6H W9X 2PF. I'm happy to be home, but also now I'm feeling a little bit of like well, I gotta go start shopping for apartments. I guess, you know, like I said, I have until December to decide on a place, so, you know, I don't have to start looking at them now, but I do feel like it's best to start looking like months and months ahead of time. You know, there's also other things I have been meaning to get on that now I really need to do. Hidden block up here and adjust the coins a little bit. Oh, did you just re-upload this? Wait, no. Oh, this hidden blocks. Did I play this one before then? I must have played this last week, is what you're saying. It's a re-up. Oh, was this the coin drop one? The one where we had to do the coin drop? Yeah, okay. I remember this. You're right. I did have some concerns here that, like, you know, that like if you don't do it the first time, it's sort of inconvenient to have to like, you know, go through this whole thing. But let's see what you got and how you addressed it. This is curious. I always encourage, you know, I always think I know that you know, making can be an iterative process, and you're not always necessarily gonna have it all the way right from the first go. So, see what changes have been made, I think is interesting. You know, I think that we should be interested in like the, you know, how that's gone. Let's see here. So here, can we go through there? Or is that just aesthetics? Now we can't go through here. And where does this lead? A boss room? There wasn't a boss room here before. What is the point of this, I wonder? Oh, you have to... I think I see. You have to fight the boss to get back up? Oh, that's clever. I think that's an interesting solution. Fight for re-entry. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a neat way to go about it. I like it. Good shit. And something that we did not, you know, we had discussed like a way to go back up once. We didn't discuss like, you know, there was nothing there about like doing a boss or something hard in there. So that's just something that you came up with in the interim. That's nice. I like it. I want to get as many of these coins as possible. We got it. We don't need to go back again. Kind of a shame considering that I would... Should we go fight the boss just to see what it looks like? See what it looks like to go back on the other end? I'm sort of curious if it like limits you to only one revisit. Let's do that. Oh, it's also, you know what I'm just noticing now? I say I'm just noticing. I'm just fully taking note of it now. This is upside down, so that's takes what would otherwise be a very easy boss fight. Makes it a little bit challenging. Dang it. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. I'm regretting my words and deeds. How about another card? Did you see that Microsoft won? Microsoft won their court case against the FTC. They now can just go ahead and buy Activision if they so please, and so long as they're okay with like you know, doing it not in Europe or something, because like, or not in the UK, because the UK still has like a legal challenge open on them. And probably some other like caveats there. I'll say from, you know, from what I've seen of that trial, I don't know that I'm that surprised, right? I don't know that I'm that surprised about the result, considering that I don't think the FTC had done a very good job making their case. You know, we're gonna try this one more time, and look, if we don't get the boss this time, we'll just do it the right. We'll just finish, you know. I think the FTC just didn't make a very good case of it, you know. Whoa. What? Oh, he's flying so he can jump. That's unusual. This is a fun boss fight, though. There's multiple ways to attack him. I didn't know he throws big shells like that. Wow. You could probably make a Bowser Jr. fight around, like, using the big shell. And making it so that the big shell has to hit a wall or something to, like, finish it. Didn't know that was a thing. Anyway, Microsoft won their case. I'm not surprised. They sort of... I think the FTC just, like, really botched it, honestly. You know, from the way the FTC was presenting the case, it almost sounded like the argument was, like, okay, well, Microsoft being buying Activision would be really bad for Sony, in particular. So, you know, we can't have it. But, considering Sony is like the top, it is like the you know, the top console, not including Switch, it's hard to justify saying like, okay, well, letting Microsoft buy someone hurts Sony, but they're kind of number one already, so who gives a fuck? What they really should have done is made it so that instead of framing it as like Microsoft versus Sony, instead you should have framed it like Microsoft versus the entire industry, but the FTC sort of bungled it in that respect. Quite frankly, Microsoft... I do think Microsoft had a pretty credible point of saying like, hey, we're number 3, man. We're not number 1 here. You're talking about the number 3 company. And also, hey, if we're just talking about Sony, Sony does also buy big companies. Like, Sony bought Bungie. And also, Sony did pay to, like... Before we bought Bethesda, Sony did pay Bethesda to make one of their games an exclusive, which we didn't like. That's the reason why we bought them. And that probably really helped their case a lot, considering that A, it's true, B, it's a case where a purchase actually caused more availability to happen rather than less availability, and C, like, again, the FTC really shouldn't have made it like Microsoft versus Sony. That was a mistake because Sony is like demonstrably bigger than Microsoft in the video game space. So that was just a complete fuck up. Thank you for the level, Squink. That was quite lovely. I think the changes you made are great. That's just really clever, and I really liked fighting that boss fight as well. That's just a remarkable boss. I'm glad I went and actually did it rather than just finish the level. I think that's the most fun part, actually, of the level. I think that's my favorite part, that new boss fight. Right. We just finished Richard. We just finished that level, Richard, so it's on to the next one now. But again, everyone, feel free to keep on submitting. You know how it is. Until such time as the queue is closed. Next up is Koofy. Go ahead and confirm Koofy. I'll do another card now. Also, let me at Koofy real fast. Make sure Koofy is on the ball. You are up. Don't continue the world in lightning round, Koofy says. Okay, I won't do that. Do you have a recommendation instead? Also, hey, let me know if you have a recommendation. Let me do a card right now. Or did they? Perhaps Microsoft celebrating their victory a little soon. The FTC has appealed the decision. And also, it is worth noting that apparently this court case wasn't over, like, whether or not it was okay for them to buy Activision. It was a court case to prevent them from buying Activision until such time as the US government could, like, do a case to say if they could or couldn't. But also, I'm kind of confused by that because, like, okay, well, they lost a case that was related to that. So clearly they don't have a strong case. So, like, I don't know what changes on appeal. I don't know what changes, like in like, the actual case, you know? Like, didn't you just bring your best evidence to this case? Presumably it must have done. And there were a couple of smoking guns in there that Microsoft was able to deflect, was able to, like, say, like, whatever, man. Like, yeah, of course. They were able to deal with, like, there was one email where Microsoft said, like, yeah, you know, we really have the opportunity here to outspend Sony, you know, and outspend them out of business, basically. And, you know, they sort of deflected that and said, like, yeah, you know, we didn't really mean it. Which, honestly, I kind of think is not that bad of an argument, you know? Like, yeah, you know, Lava Tower? Ooh, that looks hard. Also, it's part 3. Astros theme with boss fight. I don't know what Astalos theme, but how about that? I feel like that's the kind of thing that companies say all the time internally, right? Like, oh, we're gonna put them out of business. We're gonna put our opponents out of business. Hey, pandas, we're gonna make a Halo killer. When companies say that, they don't literally mean that Sony will be out of business. What they mean is they're gonna do such a good job that they're gonna do such a good job that they you know, end up coming ahead. You know, it's exaggeration more than anything. It's a cool level. I don't know this song, but it's cool. What? Oh. Should have jumped with better timing. This is just like a bonus thing. What is over here? Well, maybe this isn't a bonus thing at all. It's just aesthetics. What happens if I get up there? Let's find out. You got a new level? Well, I can't wait to see it. Can we cheese it by going above? Will that work? I wonder. I'm gonna try, you know. I can't not try. I don't know. You don't know, Koofy? Let's find out if we can time this, you know, just right. I'm not sure if you can even make that jump, honestly. Yeah, we're pretty far afield. How do you time this? If we could get those lasers done on a stagger, that'd work. So yeah, I don't really understand enough about the law to know like how things are, but you know, I'll say that Microsoft winning the FTC case, the first FTC case, is a pretty good sign for them, you know, going forward. It's a pretty good sign for their case, like, next time around, you know? Like... they might be able to do, like, whatever they want and get away with it, and, you know, there's no one who can stop them now. If they just decide, like, to sign the thing as soon as humanly possible. Somehow that was spaced out, but I still bungled it. Dang it. If they somehow can, like, sign the Activision deal, like, right now, in, like, a small window, like Monday or something, maybe it would be over. Which, honestly... look, I know that Activision shouldn't be allowed to buy, or like Microsoft shouldn't be able to buy everyone, but like, honestly, it's been so long in litigation. I'm tired of it as a story. I just want it to be over. And, you know, there's plenty of Activision games that I don't have that I would like to play on Game Pass. So, you know, if they end up getting the acquisition deal, that's fine. That's gonna at least have a good thing for me. And if not, maybe they'll, you know... honestly, with this whole, like, hello, Captain Pollution. With this whole, like, Activision case, I'm not sure what's stopping Microsoft from saying, like, okay, what if we just, like, sign a deal with Activision for the next 100 years? That just says, like, hey, Activision, everything Activision makes comes to Xbox on Game Pass. It just says that in its entirety. Every Activision game will be released on Game Pass. We'll pay like some fraction of what we would pay to buy them, and sign it for the next 100 years or so, and that'll be as good as an acquisition, without any of the legal scrutiny. And they could even put in a clause that says, Also exclusive to Xbox. Fuck you, PlayStation. Not letting us buy it. Like, if they were to do that, what would be the fucking thing? Who could stop them? Companies can make deals with each other. Is that collusion? That might constitute collusion, I don't know. But like, companies can sign games as exclusives. That's great, Captain. Companies can sign games as exclusives. So why couldn't Microsoft just say like, okay, Activision, we'll give you $100 million, you know, less than otherwise. We'll give you like half of what we would pay to buy you, and just make all your stuff exclusive and always on Game Pass, and that'll be that, and that'll be just as good as buying you, but no one can legally object. Like, why could they just do that if they ends up getting thrown out? Like, I don't see this. I think they could get around it, you know. Even if the FTC does come back and say like, actually, we would like to try again. We would like to try to stop you again. I don't think there's any stopping Microsoft in this. I think they got it, and it's just a matter of time, and I'm tired of waiting. I just want it to be over. One way or the other, and it's looking like the other. You know, the way where they buy Activision. That was Koofies. Let me go ahead and hit next. And, Ravio, you're up. You're up, Ravio. Hey, thank you for the follow. Super Enrique with fire. Thank you. Ravio, where is Ravio? Ravo. Not Ravio, that's Zelda. Let me at Ravio. You are up. And I'll do another card. That was the news. I've also been playing Humanity. That's a game that's on PlayStation 5. It's on PlayStation 5. It's pretty damn good. It's a puzzle game where you basically, like, guide around a horde of, like, people by setting down, like, arrows, and they sort of just walk in that direction, you know, like Lemming style, and you sort of, like, set down commands like, go left, jump at this part, or, like, other things like, where I'm at now, there's been, like, a real thing that's been introduced, which has really, like, changed the tone of things a fair bit. It also has made the puzzle solving a lot more, like, random. A lot more random-based. How do you suggest a level? Exclamation point, add, and then space, and then the level code. Exclamation point, add, space, and then the level code. Super Enrique. Thank you. Humanity, I've really been enjoying it. I'll say, like, where I'm at now, there's, like, a weird amount of, like, RNG introduced, where it's like, okay, now, in addition to, like, guiding the guys around, they also can, like, attack. And they can attack, like, other things. And, like, whether or not they win or lose the fight kind of feels like it can be, like, random and messy and sloppy. And that feels a little bit weird to me. I'd rather it be more, like, straightforward. Like, if a solution works once, it should work again. And the same way, and it seems like that's just not quite the case right now. And it feels like... And that can feel bad, you know, like, okay, that didn't work, but if I try again, will it work the second time? I'm not sure. Do I need to rethink my solution? I don't know. And that feels kind of bad, but I'm still really enjoying that game. I think it's really great. And definitely, so far, one of the top things I played this year. Humanity, as far as new games go. There you go, Enrique. Good on ya. Bowser's Time Machine is the next one. We're gonna fight Donkey Kong in this one. Okay, cool. I don't know when I'll be like, how many more levels we'll do. I'll say this, I got a handful of more cards. Got like a handful of more cards to get through. Things I've been wanting to talk about, you know, since the last stream. And, I figure I'll just go through the rest of those, as I tend to do. And then after that's all done, probably will, you know, close the queue and we'll, shuffle off towards the end of the stream. Oh, there's multiple boss fights here. I appreciate that there's an infinite supply of power-ups. That's always nice. That was always a thing in Mario Maker 1, I feel like. Sort of a design trend that's sort of gone away in more recent recent times, you know. The idea that you have to have a boss fight, you know, just go ahead and put down a repeating power-up just to make sure that no matter what happens, you can finish the boss fight. Which I guess is also a factor of, like, you know, with the introduction of the Koopalings, boss fights have more options now. You know, before the Koopalings, it's like, okay, you can either have a Boom Boom, you can have a Boom Boom, a Bowser, or a Baby Bowser, or full-on Bowser, which is, by the way, you know, full-on Bowser. He's kind of impossible to fight without some sort of, like, specific setup, you know? Like, you need to have a respawning power-up or something else that makes it so that you can get through. Since now, Bowser is a lot less prevalent and, like, the Koopalings are the usual thing, there's been a lot less need for infinite power-ups. We'll be fine. Ah! That's okay. Weird launch there. Multiple launches discussed tonight between the one in the level and the ones at the theme park that I went to that I talked about earlier. I got launched to the next direction. There's also launches on Time Traveler, the ride at Silver Dollar City that was my favorite of its attractions. Which, you know what, is also involves time traveler. Time travel and launches came up multiple times here. Huh. Ain't that a coincidence? That's what it is. It's a coincidence. Coincidental through line there. That only I noticed, probably. You know, because it's not like anyone else has been to Silver Dollar City in the last weekend, you know, in the last week. Other than me. And maybe some people who were at the park. I mean, I will say it wasn't a busy day, but there were people at the park. You know. Ooh, I like that that pixel art looks really nice. It looks how it's all grayscale and stuff. It's cool. What's up, Superior? Super Enrique? We go in order that they're submitted, Super Enrique. We go in the order that they are submitted, if you're wondering. You're just wondering, you might recognize Panda. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on, one second, let me exit. The clear rate here was not that bad, was it? Yeah, most people... Oh, the void doesn't kill, it says. Okay. We can jump into the void. Oh, hey. Oh, that's neat. I love that. I was scared, honestly. What the fuck? Don't want to just jump up into a pit, but that's what you gotta do, and it's not that bad. That's really nice. And we're just like jumping in and leaving. I guess the percentage of people who don't finish are just like crushed on some sort of rock, you know, some sort of wall, or otherwise they time out or give up. Yeah, Enrique, I'll say, like, a lot of people out there, you know, they watch a lot of viewer level streams. So yeah, you can, you know, sometimes when I'm like watching other people do viewer levels I'll see people I recognize in chat. It's not that unusual, you know? And it makes sense. Makes sense that happens. There's probably not that many people still playing Mario Maker, you know? There's not that many people still playing Mario Maker these days, and Mario Maker 2. And you know, if you're in the mood for viewer levels, you probably want to see like multiple people do it. You know, you want to give it to a lot of people. GG, GG, GG. Let me, we didn't lose any lives, so that's great. No need to refresh anything there. I'm gonna hit complete. I'm gonna hit next. Captain Pollution TV, you are up. I'll say one more thing about the Silver Dollar City trip, which is that I'll say just of myself, I cannot really like, I don't like public restrooms. I don't do them. I can't do them. No. And it was kind of an unfortunate thing about the trip that it turned out that we couldn't get into the hotel, into the cabin until like 4 p.m. and we arrived at like 2. So I had to go through first a 8-hour drive and then also full on theme park day without bathroom trip, which, you know, until like the end, which, ooh, that was a little bit felt risky, you know, a little bit harrowing, but also it was hot out, you know, I was sweating, and that, I think, that like makes it okay, makes it doable, I'll say, you know, makes it doable to get through the day. And I brought this time, I mentioned I brought, like, last time I went to a theme park, I only brought, like, 1 thing of water. This time I brought 2 things of water, both days, and, you know, turned out to be a great decision because the more water you can carry on your person, the better, because you definitely need to hydrate as you're out in, like, the heat, you know? Especially as hot as this summer has been. Captain Pollution is here, is good, fantastic. Anyway, let me do another card. I played those new Mario tracks. I only did them once, and I haven't been able to play them, like, online or anything. Haven't been able to play them, like, online or in, like, a, multiplayer room yet. So I'm hoping that sometime this weekend or whatever, or maybe, like, after the stream, maybe I can get, like, a group together and play those levels, those 8 new tracks. But I did play them, offline, when I was, like, you know, during the drive back home. I wasn't driving, you see. So I played through those 8 new tracks in Mario Kart 8. And I thought they were pretty good. I'll say I was a little bit... Vancouver Velocity, I think my favorite part of that track is most of what ends up in lap 1. So for laps 2 and... For laps 2 and 3, there's a little less of what I remember about that track. Okay, we gotta stop dying. There's a little less of what I remember about that track, but still... Back Still, good time. I deserve that. Ah! Come on! Okay. Fuck! Again. Ugh. I just got fucking wasted there. Fuck. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Oh my god. I can't believe how poorly that went. This was a puzzle level, was it? It's a puzzle level. That's a puzzle level? How indeed. Well, I would have loved to get past the first, you know, thing. Also, hey, it has 2 CPs, so, you know, had we gotten further, there was a chance of refreshing our lives, but, well, goddamn. Again, I will say, even if we can't finish a level, doesn't mean you can't resubmit it at some other time. Yeah. The other tracks, they seemed alright. I really need to play them more. I need to get, like, a group together and play a bunch of that. Sadly, like, some of the Discord communities I'm in, there's been a lot less community events in the last couple of, last year or so, to where I don't know if we'll even be doing, like, a Mario Kart thing in that community. Maybe I'll do it as part of a different community. I'm in many communities, after all. Or, you know, we could do something like that here sometime. I don't know. I don't have any plans to do a Mario Kart stream, though. Not right now. Just, you know, we got other things going on. Next level is Enrique. Hey, Enrique, you're up. You were just chatting like a minute ago. I think you're good for it. Let me do another card while I'm going through it. Been playing Marvel Snap, just got Jean Grey. Marvel Snap just introduced their new, like, card, there's, like, specialty spotlight cache thing, which basically is a way to make it so that people can more reliably get Series 4 and 5 cards with some amount of randomness still. And I'll say, like, I did very well on my first pull of those. I got Jean Grey, the newest card, right out the gate. And I'll say, messing around with her, I think she's, like, okay. She's kind of not as useful as I thought she would be, and she's a little clunky in some of the decks I tried her in. But whatever, you know, hey, can't complain. She's basically a 3-drop card. If you don't know Marvel Snap, Marvel Snap is like a really good card game, collectible card game that's on phones, and basically every match is like 3 minutes long. It's really fucking snappy and good, and has like sort of a cool double down feature where, like, in every game you can be like you can snap once, which doubles the stakes basically, and the opponent can either retreat and just take the loss of whatever it's like in poker where you double down, you know, or where you raise, you know. You can be like, okay, I snap, and are you going to fold? Are you gonna keep on playing? And that's a bit of fun. Jean Grey is a card. She is a 3-cost card that makes it so that both players have to play a card on that location every turn, unless they literally cannot. And they must play it, like, first, before they do anything else. Which is a pretty good control card, but I don't know. It's just awkward in a lot of ways, and I don't think it really, like, makes or breaks any particular archetype. Perfectly fine card. I will say, in addition to that, I have been, like, messing around with new decks. Like, I made this, like, Kitty Pryde deck, which is based around getting a really big Kitty Pryde and then taskmastering it using Shuri, or doing, like, other such things, like, what the fuck is my alternative there? I guess I could do, like, Shuri She-Hulk. There's other options that I have, but the main one is Kitty Pryde stuff and doing stuff with Kitty Pryde, which has been a bit of fun. I've also been still doing my multiplication tables deck around Phoenix Force. Nakia just got buffed, so I added her to a bunch of decks, including this one and this one here. And I'll say, like, that one. This one has changed a bit in the last few days, but ultimately ended up back here with just like a, you know, Doctor Strange multiple man main strategy, main thing, and then Nimrod is like a backup plan. I also have my Nimrod deck, which is just basically very, very focused on getting that Nimrod combo and nothing else. And I added Nakia to that as well because it allows me to pump up my Nimrod on turn 3, which is good. It's a good use of turn 3. I also added, what the fuck is it called? Crystal, which allows me to draw a card on turn 3 if I have Zabu, or on turn 4 if I don't. And it also draws the opponent a card, but I think that is worth it. If I don't have Shuri or Nimrod, I want to be able to draw them for that turn 5 play, because otherwise, look, this deck loses if I don't have Nimrod on turn 5. Like, that is non-negotiable. And it might probably lose if I don't have Shuri on turn 4, but that one is more optional. This is probably the deck I've been playing more often. See you later, Raivo. You have a good one. And Highway, yes, we're on Mario Maker now. Since I'm on vacation, I have some time off. This stream and last week's stream were done like early in the morning, done in like afternoon instead of in the evening. Just thought it would be fun to do things at a different time zone for once, or not different time zone. To do things at an earlier time since I have the opportunity to, and this will allow people from time zones that don't usually get to watch to come on by, like, you know, hopefully more people from like Europe and such were able to take advantage of this time. Gotcha, I understand, Highway. It's an unusual time for a stream, to be sure. Next week we'll be back to a normal schedule. And also, I'll say I added Jean Grey. I tried adding Jean Grey to my Who Guards the Guardians deck. I don't think it really works, though. The thing is, this deck is kind of awkward as far as, like, it doesn't... This deck doesn't really fill lanes, and if you want to, like, get by the effects of Jean Grey without effect... If you want to use Jean Grey to control your opponent without controlling yourself, you have to fill the lane. And to do that, it's just not something this deck does. So I'm probably going to remove her and try to think of something else that can go in there. I don't know. That's the Marvel Snap update. Been playing a fair deal of it. You know, that's one of the main games that I was able to play, like, when I was traveling. You know, and if ever I was, like, stuck in line for a long enough time where it mattered, I would get up... I would get Marvel Snap out and I would do, like, a round or two of it. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Is this a glitch expo? Is this a glitch exposition here? Oh, I guess that was just a glitch exposition. We could have just done that while I was talking. That was a pretty unusual thing. Let's see it again. Let's see it again. You know what? That was so short. Let's see that again. So it comes out of the pipe, comes out sideways. What the hell? That is something. Look at that again. Hang on. Hide. There we go. It's almost as if the Goomba went into an invisible clear pipe. No, I think what happened is, like, it comes out at an angle because it's underwater, and so it goes over... It's not really landed yet until it's... Wait. Wait. This is more bizarre than I thought, because it's not that it's... Because look, it comes out, and it's sideways, right? But then it starts to fall. It starts to fall because it's out of the water, and it falls sideways because it's turned the wrong way. And it's come out the water like, sideways. Wow, that's a really interesting glitch right there. Wow. I can see why it happens. You know, it comes out on its side. It comes out on its side. Again with the launches. Again with the launches this stream. A lot of launches. Just... Yeah. That's fascinating, Enrique. Thank you for it. Thank you for showing me it. Highway, you got a level in there. Fantastic. Let me go ahead and hit, complete. Hit next. We're about 3 hours in. Around about time we, you know, won't be that much longer until the queue is closed and we wrap up, I think. So, you know, get in your levels. Last call is approaching, but not quite here yet. Very, very behind in clipping streams right now. Highway is up next, and Highway is here, by the way. Oh, hey, Ravio is playing my levels. Thank you. Thank you, Ravio. Thank you for playing some of my levels. very, very behind right now in clipping streams. I've been meaning to, like, pull clips from every stream I've ever done, and I'm so behind in that right now. The next stream that I have to clip is expiring from Twitch in like 3 days, 2 or 3 days. So I really need to move on that. That one that I have to do next is the birthday stream. You know, the one that I did like on my birthday in May. So yeah, that was a while ago. And I know that there's a lot of good bits in that I need to pull. And hopefully after that, streams after that will go a bit quicker, and I can catch up with the present, and, you know, not have to worry about things just expiring before I can look through them and pull any good moments out, you know? Check the code. Oh, that's my bad. That's a G, not an 8. Don't know how I got 8. Oh yeah, I think I remember this one, yeah. This was a thumbnail on one of the recent streams. I made this one into a thumbnail. Maybe you can help answer this question. How the hell would someone get a 37-minute world record if they can't keep flagging checkpoints? Oh, the reason for that is that, as far as world record goes, is that world record is like the start of the try to the end of the try. So if you get a checkpoint and restart, the timer does not reset. So the timer will be like counting from the last time you started the level entirely over. So that's what's going on there, Highway. I recently heard, fuck. That's the hardest jump in the level. We'll be fine. We'll be fine after this. I recently heard that, like, Twitch is working on some new features that, like, are basically set up to highlight tweets. Or, sorry, highlight clips and stuff. So that, you know, people can have more discovery through like, clips. Which means that, you know, there's more incentive now than ever to get a whole bunch of clips and make sure that any good moment that's, like, remotely clippable is clipped in my stream, so that, you know, through those discovery channels, whenever that opens, whenever that new way of discovering clips opens up in, like, August or September or something, you know, the fall, that I'm ready to go and I have, like, a library complete of just about all the streams that, since I started doing clips more regularly, ready to go, you know? I'll say there's some other interesting things that they've announced as part of, like, that Twitch keynote thing. They did, like, some sort of keynote at a like, an event or something. They also talked about how, they're gonna have, like, updates that people can do from, like, Twitch itself to be, like, you know, basically do, like, posts, like, update posts to Twitch. So I'll be able to do things like put a post that says, like, hey, you know, here's the schedule for this week when we have an unusual week with an unusual schedule. You know, previously, all I could do is just, like, say that in the Discord, and I'll still do that, but now I'll also be able to say that, in the scheduled updates, channel in the Discord. Now I'll also be able to say that in Twitch, in addition to updating the schedule. That'll be nice. That'll be good to have, like, that sort of like, topical information available on Twitch, as well as on Discord. Which, again, I'll say, if you're looking for the best way to keep up to date with the streams, Discord is the way. I don't update the Twitter, you know, and I don't have Blue Sky, but I will say I did, like, have an opportunity to maybe get an invite on there. So, you know, hey, maybe next week, if the guy has another invite, I could get a hold of that. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not really, like, that interested in doing another social network, you know? Or, like, going that hard into Blue Sky, right? Like, on some level, I feel like being off Twitter has been, like, really good for me. You know? I don't want to just be scrolling on Twitter through every day and anymore, right? Like, even if it were to be perfect and not have ads and have an application that I liked, I don't see myself ever going back to it quite so much. Hey, there's a checkpoint. That will refresh our tries. Which is just lovely. Would you look at that? Let's go. Is this as far as highway? Do you remember if we've gotten farther before? Oh, I think this seems familiar. Seems kind of familiar to me. I think we've been to this part of the level before. We just didn't, like, finish it. Maybe. Yeah, I did. I did see this part before. With all I remember some very tricky jumps getting around this area. With the spike balls and all, yeah. Anyway, that's what's going on with clipping. I think after this stream, you know, maybe after, like, I relax a little bit and watch an anime or two, I'll probably just try to, like, clip as many streams as I can. You know, just really get ahead of the ball, if possible. And I'll say, like, after the birthday stream, there was, like, one more stream, and then there was, like, and then there was, like, no streams for a week, so at the very least, after I clip, like, 2 more streams, I won't be that close to, you know, streams expiring on me anymore. But still, I'll have to boogie if I want to, like, you know, get by that before too long, you know. I'm sure, like, if I end up, like, just, like, dilly-dallying, it'll get on top of me quick, you know. I have before considered, and this is probably the dumbest idea for a stream, by the way. The dumbest possible idea for a stream is like me going through old VODs and finding moments that are clip-worthy. And like talking through my thought process as I clip each one, thinking like, okay, what do I name this one? What is the name of this clip? And usually that's just something I come up with myself, and then it could almost be a more collaborative thing. I bet this is gonna be the second checkpoint. That's the dumbest idea for a stream. And also, if ever I get caught up, I won't be able to do it, you know? Oh, right, I definitely got here, I remember, because this is where the thumbnail was. The stream of the thumbnail of a stream, like, a couple weeks ago was right here. I don't remember what came after this, though, and why it was so hard. Ah, Potobos. I think that was it. I think I died on the Potobos. The ice is the key here. Huh. Ooh. That wasn't so bad. Just an extra life. Was there a... Fuck! I thought that pipe was gonna be it. Dang it. I didn't realize I needed to go back after that. But I do now, so it won't be a problem next time. Anyway. As for moments from the stream that can be clipped, I think Hitman is going to have a lot of stuff, the Hitman part of that stream. Hitman is just a very clippable game with how ridiculous and funny that game is. You know, I bet there was some really fucked up scenarios that I got into during that stream, which will make for some great clips. Also, there was the whole, like, I played some Tears of the Kingdom that stream, and, I remember one moment in particular. Actually, I'll say I did clip one bit related to, like, I did, like, clip one part of that stream, like, ahead of time, but I do know there was another time where I put on some clothes, and it looked really fucking goofy. It was, like, the goofiest outfit for Link imaginable, and that is definitely gonna be one of the clips, I'll say. For sure. There we go. Nice little maze there. I like these little rooms. These little, like, one-off rooms, I think, is the best part of this. Each of these individual ones. Yeah! Good shit, Highway. Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit complete on that one. Re-up our lives. There's currently no next level in the queue. And I think I don't have that many cards left right now. I got like a couple of them. You know what? I'll keep going before we close the queue until I run out of cards. Go ahead and get it submitted. Yeah, this one is not friendly to the lightning round. Well, it'll be fun to see it anyway, and I'm sure we'll complete it some other time. Hello, Zombie Overlord. Go ahead and get in a level. Queue is open if you have one. I'll also say, like, well, you know what? I'll say later. I'll say after. I'll say after after I talk about this one. Next level is Highway. Highway is here. Or should we... Tell you what, Highway, how about we do Zombie Overlords first? Because Zombie Overlord did get it submitted. Let's do Zombie Overlords first since you just had one. I'm gonna hit dismiss if that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna hit select. So you'll still be second. And then who was the one? Koofy. Koofy will be third. That sounds good to me. I'm gonna hit oh wait, I can't. You know what? I just have to hit next. And just resubmit it. Just resubmit it to Highway and you'll be good. Yeah. You're in for a rough time? Well, we have 5 lives to do it, so whatever. What I was gonna say on the card, watch the first episode, the first stream of Giant Bomb's latest Blight Club entry. Blight Club. Giant Bomb is a big website, big like gaming outlet that I like. You know, they are a website. They have a YouTube. They have a lot of very good content. And I used to watch like tons and tons of them, but now I only watch a few shows. One of those shows being Blight Club, which is a series that they do where they play really bad games, and also recently they also dress up like the game in question. So in this case, Jeff Grubb, who you might have heard of if he breaks a lot of gaming news out there. You know, I've heard many a rumor that people trace back to Jeff Grubb saying a thing. You know, so Jeff Grubb basically has to play through a bad game. And then during the stream the other day, they revealed what the next game was. And the way that it works is that Jeff has to play a game, then like Dan Reichert has to play a game, and then like the third guy, Mike Minotti. I'm sorry, Mitch Tolkoto. That's his name, Mitch Tolkoto. Don't worry, it's not important. Each of them take turns playing a bad game, and they revealed to Jeff yesterday what game he was playing, and basically they revealed it to him by sending him a costume in the mail that he had to put on, and it was a Batman costume. It was apparently a really bad Batman game from the GameCube era that he's playing. Batman, what the fuck is it called? Batman, it's a bad GameCube game. Batman GameCube. What the fuck is that one called? It's not Batman Begins. It's I believe Dark Tomorrow. Is it Dark Tomorrow? I think it's Dark Tomorrow. But it seems awful. It's fun to watch, and dude is dressed, Jeff Grubb, he's dressed up as Batman, and the other two on there are chanting like, the Batman theme, except it's Bat Grubb, because, it's Jeff Grubb. That's a good time. I like Giant Bomb stuff, and I think that Blight Club is the thing that I've been watching of theirs most consistently recently. I'll also say Dan Reichert, I love Dan Reichert. He, one of my favorite streamers, and he just moved, so that was cool. Turns out that, I think last Friday's raid was on Dan, wasn't it? I think we raided Dan at the end of that stream, and yeah, in that stream, he revealed, like, yeah, he's moving states, he's moving to another state, somewhere maybe in Central Time Zone, probably Minneapolis, but yeah, it's a hell of a thing to do, and I look forward to seeing when, he's all settled down and ready to do streaming on a normal basis again. Seems like a lot to set up, seems like a lot to do, and I'll say I don't really like the apartment I'm in right now, and I do want to move sometime, like, I do want to move when my lease is up, which will be in, like, oh, I think I know what we need to do here. I do want to move when my lease is up, which is going to be in December, so...
Oh, no.
So, maybe expect some weird stream schedule around December. Might not be a very like stream heavy month. But I don't know. I won't be moving state or anything. I'll just move to another apartment in the Metroplex, in Dallas-Fort Worth. And probably will only take like a week. And I have more than enough furniture that is justifiable for a apartment. Because this apartment doesn't have, like, it doesn't have some of the things that are, like, I expect in an apartment, right? Like, it doesn't have, like, a built-in table. It doesn't have, like, a pantry. So I had to buy these things individually. So basically what I'm saying is I already have more than enough furniture, so I won't need to go furniture shopping. It should be just a simple matter of, like, fuck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. I did go through those really fast. The world record is 4 minutes? Damn. That first room really got one over on me. I'll say again, Zombie Overlord, feel free to resubmit it. Just because I can't finish a level during this process. Oh, by the way, Highway, go ahead, resubmit, Highway, resubmit. Just because I cannot beat a level during the lightning round doesn't mean that you can't resubmit it. Doesn't mean that I won't take another shot at it. I will say, though, if you're not here when the level comes up, it'll be not in... I will still do the level, but it'll be in sudden death rather than the lightning round. So you'll get... I will have a lot fewer lives, basically. So yeah, expect like some weirdness in December, assuming that I end up finding a place to live that's not this place right here. And honestly, if I don't find a place to live that's not this place right here, I guess I'll just renew my lease and just carry on, and just hope that next time my lease is up, either I'm in a better place to, like, go house shopping or something, move into a house, or I can find an apartment where I don't need to get rid of all the stuff that I got, I've gotten rid of washer-dryer machine once on a move. I don't want to do that again. I buy something, I want to keep it. And now I own a washer-dryer again. I own a bunch of whole furniture. I have like an L-shaped desk set up. I want to find an apartment where I can do all those things. And that's going to be hard. Be easier to just get a house. Except that's like an order of magnitude more expensive. Well, it's more upfront for cost, All in all, probably like the month-to-month payments on a house would probably be comparable with an apartment these days. But you have to pay like 40, 50, 100, you have to pay like a whole fucking boatload of cash up front for a house, so that really makes it difficult to get in the door, Anyway, Koofy. Koofy is up. Go ahead and confirm Koofy. Let me do at Koofy. You are up. Man, I would like to move into a house from here. That'd be my ideal, but look, economy being what it is, house prices being what they are, and, salary being what it is, I don't see that happening this time around bat. maybe if I were to, like, you know, basically I would have to get, like, a massive raise or, like, a, you know, a reasonable, I would have to get, like, a new job that paid more, you know, in order to, like, secure a house within the next calendar year, you know, by December. I think, more likely, I'll just be moving into another apartment that's not so close to loud things, you know. No problem, Koofy, it's cool. Like I said earlier, the fact that the vacation is over now, and I have to think about the rest of the year, means I now have to make plans for the rest of the year. And I have to think more seriously about, okay, what am I doing with where I'm living? What am I doing with where I'm working? What am I doing with this and that and the other thing? And, you know, it's just a whole lot of just sudden pressure that I've been putting off because, like, oh, you know, this big trip that I'm planning comes first. You know, I gotta think about what rides I'm gonna go on. I gotta think about, like, what food I'm gonna eat. I gotta think about the accommodations. I didn't have to think about. I'll be honest, you don't have to think about most of those things, but I was, you know. I have to think about what I'm bringing. I gotta think about whether I'll be able to walk 7 miles in a day in the blazing heat, you know. And now that that's all in the past, I have to think about other things again. Which, boy howdy, that's a bit of pressure. What are we doing here? What do you want? Did you say what we should do? Should we do the super world? Or is, that gonna be bad for the lightning round? Your choice, Koof. Any works? Well, let's just do the super world then. Let's do it. I think you might have said that this was gonna be a little bit hard for the lightning round, but hey, you know, if we get through it, that would be a hell of a thing. That's the thing about the lightning round, even with a hard level, I think it is still valuable to see and fun to see because, you know, if we get through it, we'll be so happy. Okay. That's the first light. We got through 2 of those rooms, 12 seconds in. This here is an auto-scroller, so the time should be about the same for everyone. 45 seconds. Okay. 45 seconds, world record. Not super long then, but it is pretty long. Dang it. The timing on that, we have to get through. 3 lives left. Let's do it. Let's get through this on this try here. At the very least, we gotta get through that jump. Normal time is 60 seconds. Okay. So there was some sort of shortcut. Some sort of shortcut that they took. How do you save 15 seconds in a auto scroller? There must be some shortcut. Like some intended shortcut, like an early pipe or something that gets you out. Early. Cool. Wait, what? Oh. Are we boned? Depends on how fast you break the blocks. Oh, okay. You're right. You know what? It uses scroll lock. That explains it. And a couple cases that you are breaking the blocks yourself. This is the last try, so let's make it a good one. And, I feel like I want to keep my mushroom. Oh, wait. What? Oh! Yeah, that was close. I mean, we were like 40 seconds in, so it wasn't super close, but we got pretty far there. We just had to figure out that section faster than we did. I'll say again, Koofy, you know, hey, submit again. We'll have another shot at it before the end of the stream. I think I can do it on a second try. I think I can do it on a second try. Lightning round or no. That's my thought. 4 rooms above you. Manageable. Manageable. I think we were like, what, halfway through? Halfway through? Little more, 2/3 through? We can do another third. Okay, Zombie, you're up. Zombie, if you're still here, I'll give you the full lives, but if not, we'll do it the other way, you know. Sudden death. Lightning. Just said a thing. You're gonna have to do exclamation point add and then the code. Lightning. Exclamation point add and then the code. There you go. A lot of people need to... I used to include the words exclamation point add in like quotations like in the stream title. Just to do so. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, add again. Until the queue is closed, everyone feel free to keep on adding. But I don't do that anymore because, I don't know, people seem to figure it out. But, bunch of new folks here tonight. Exclamation point add, like that, like Koofy's doing. Like Koofy's doing, Lightning. And I'll say, like, we are pretty... You know what? I'm looking at this now. We are getting pretty damn close to the 500 follower mark. We're at 495 right now. And I'll say again, I'll show y'all what the plan is for that when it comes out. When we hit it. When we hit 500 followers here on Twitch, we'll be doing a big 500 follower stream plan. A big 500 follower stream, which will be called the Rare Roulette. Wherein I'll be playing 7 Rare games all at once. Look at that, Zombie Overlord and Lightning both followed. We're just 3 away. And once that is hit, we'll be doing a big 500 follower stream on some sort of Sunday. You know, some sort of Sunday evening. From like 3 p.m. to like late, you know. Going long, you know. Somewhere around there, but it'll be a big long stream, and I'll be switching between games every minute or two. And, you know, you can see there's the 3 DKCs, the 2 Banjo-Kazooies that are on 64, plus Grunty's Revenge, which is an isometric Banjo-Kazooie on Game Boy. And it's Mr. Pants is like the wild card in there. It's kind of there as a joke. It's a weird little puzzle game that was on the Game Boy Advance, made by Rare. Those are the 7 games I'm for sure gonna have in there. I think that's a killer lineup. I've thought about like maybe we could add more games, but I kind of like this like lineup of 7. All right, this might be the last one. Cool, perfect. Anyway, that's coming up. I don't know what Sunday it's gonna be on. Honestly, since I'm doing a stream tomorrow on Saturday. It'd be convenient if it was like the Sunday after next, you know, like a week from now. But hey, you know, we'll see. Definitely we'll have to do it like shortly after getting hit. You know, because it'll be the celebration for that many. You know? You know? Let me punch in this code and do the level. Getting pretty damn close on that. I'll say I have considered, like, you know, what if it gets hit? If it were to get right now, maybe we should, instead of doing, like, a DK64 stream tomorrow, instead just canceling that and doing, like, a big stream on Sunday. But I'll say, having just come off a trip, I am super... I think I'm ready for, like, I am ready for a nice, quiet Sunday. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what we can do. Oh, boy, it's this level again. Let's do it. 5 lives, refreshing. Remember, we gotta do, like... this thing? Not that hard. Fuck!
Oh, no.
That's not that hard, that spin jump thing. It's just... having some trouble timing it out.
Oh, no.
You got the technique down, yeah. Clearly. We got 3 tries left. I think I can at least get past this part. Was this a level that was like 4 minutes long, the clear check? Yeah, the world record is 4 minutes long, so... There's more to come after this. Oh, we went into a pipe. Was that a mistake?
Oh no!
Hang on. We need to check the tape. We need to check the tape. Also, we lost the lights, but also, I need to check the tape there. Could I have jumped? It does look like I could have jumped, maybe. Or there could have been an invisible block up there preventing me from getting to the checkpoint. It's unclear. I think I should maybe try the door. Ooh, but if we get a checkpoint, we refresh our lives, so... maybe it's worth just seeing. Bah! Yeah, fuck! That was unfortunately timed. Okay, I really need to get that checkpoint to refresh our things. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh no!
The wall was not destroyed enough. I couldn't get in. Dang it, I thought I pulled that off. I thought I recovered that. Thank you for the level. That was another 5 attempts. Let me go ahead and bring up the next one. Who is, Highway Lightning. Highway, you're up. I don't know why I read your whole name. I don't usually do that, Highway. Highway is up next. Also known as Highway Lighthouse 64. Not Lightning. That's not his name. Highway, go ahead and confirm. You know how you do. Highway, you are up. I'll do another card while we're waiting for him to say something. Listen to the latest episode of Chance Ball. Now I need to watch Run with the Wind. Chance Ball is a sports anime podcast that I really like, by the same people, the same two boys who made post Game of Thrones and Yori Yori Boys, which, maybe if you run in similar circles as me, you might have heard talk of those two podcasts, or one of them. But one of my favorites, podcast duos, podcast crews, and their current regular anime is one where they watch, or regular podcast is one where they watch sports animes and talk about it on an episode-by-episode basis. Now, the one they just started was, they just started Run with the Wind, which is a show about running, which, I'll tell you, I tried watching it once. Lightning, I'm sorry, I said Lightning, I actually meant Highway earlier. Sorry for confusing. I tried watching Run with the Wind once before it bounced off, but now that they're going to be watching it, and I'm going to be listening along, I figure I ought to try to watch it myself. Don't worry, you'll be coming up shortly, Lightning. This is the lightning round. Things move pretty quickly. So never watched that one, but I'm going to now that I have a podcast that's covering it. I did the same for Kuroko's basketball when they watched that one. Ooh, wow, the clear rate on this one, Highway. The clear rate on this one. What have you done? Let's find out. I'm gonna have to watch that. And speaking of Kuroko's, I also need to finish watching season 2 of that. That's been in my backlog for oh god, for a month now. For not a month, most of a year. God, this. What have you done, Highway? This room. Okay, actually, it's not that bad. You just have to jump at the right time, and you'll get through. I mean, that's patently obvious, isn't it? Jesus, Highway. This setup. Holy hell. Oh, we got 3 tries. I have to grab onto that vine. Imagine if I didn't I missed that block. Imagine. One room done. There's gonna be checkpoints in here as well. And we know that we can kill that guy by hitting it. Oh, wait a minute. I have to slide through underneath 3 of them? Okay, that wasn't so hard. Second room, done. Why is there a 1? This is the third room. Oh no, do those not count? What's the deal? Oh. Oh. How do we get up there? Do you think that we just jump from, like, here? Or do we jump from, like, the bottom of the 1? Jumping from here doesn't seem to work. Probably the bottom, right? Getting up speed. Do a high enough jump. Can you even do a high enough jump? Yeah, you totally can. Okay. We jump from the bottom, but we have to, like, get up to full speed. Perfect. Oh my god. One nighttime version? Oh, so each room has a daytime and a nighttime, huh? Let's reset this room. That pokey is coming over to give us the business. This is very well made, Highway. Wait, what is this? This like the reverse version of this room? No, it's a different room entirely. Okay. Kind of evocative of it. It's kind of similar, though. Fuck! That. Ooh. Okay, you know what? This first room is the hardest. That room, like, several in was second hardest. And you know what? I think we basically... I nearly did it that second time. Yeah, we kind of have this room locked. Hey, Slowpoke fan, how's it going? Go ahead and you can submit a level. You can submit a level. Queue is open. And exclamation point ad. You know how these streams work. Have you ever seen, like, most Viewer Levels streams, they do it the same way, you know, with a bot, exclamation point ad. Unless they do it, like, manually, which, that's too much for me. That's too much work. Yeah, it's much easier to just use a bot. And also, it'll show it on screen, keep track of, like, the whole, like, everything. You'll probably find it pretty easy to complete. Well, that's good. We're in the lightning round right now, so I only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. And, this one is proving to be quite a challenge. Like, look at this shit. Ah! Told you. We're on our last try now. That was an unusually high wah. Okay, you know what, though? The hardest room is the first room. I feel like it's very possible... No! I was about to say it's very possible for us to get through and get to a checkpoint at the rate we're going. I'm boned. I'm hosed. I can't get out from under this piranha plant. As soon as I stand up, I'm dead. I'm already dead, y'all. Fuck. Nothing doing there. Thank you, Highway, for the level. You know, we can absolutely play that again. You know how it works during the lightning round. It is just a, just add some stakes to the proceedings. We can do it again as much as you like. You will submit it again during normal mode? I mean, I wouldn't mind another crack at it, but yeah. If you ever want to have more time with your submissions, if you want me to have more time, get here around the start of a stream, and, you know, I'll have all the time in the day. Exclamation point add, Slowpoke. Exclamation point add, and then a space, and then your code is how you do it. And I'll say, for those who are new and don't know, here's my normal schedule. This week has been sort of an exception because I've been on vacation. I'm on PTO, so I just took a trip earlier in this week, actually. But I went to Silver Dollar City. I talked about it a whole bunch at the top, which is a theme park that's sort of rustic in nature. Normally, the Mario Maker streams are around 6 p.m., Central Time, so, you know, that'd be 2 hours from now. And, you know, they're after work, you see. That's why I do them at 6 p.m. And otherwise, the streams would be on Mondays and Thursdays. Though there is also a stream tomorrow, Saturday, because I didn't do a stream yesterday, because, you know, I sort of was on a road trip yesterday, and I was sort of super exhausted and tapped, and also wanted to eat stuff. Couldn't have done it yesterday, but I will be doing a DK64 randomizer stream tomorrow around 8 p.m. Central. So look forward to that. And next week, Wind Waker on Monday. Thursday, I'll be starting Pikmin 4. I want to continue on from the demo and do one stream of that before continuing with it off stream. And then Friday will be viewer levels again, but at 6 p.m. Central. And if ever you want to get like a full time a day, like a full 15 minutes on a level, you have a hard one, let's say, get here early, and you can usually get into the regular round before the lightning round, you know, and maybe even get multiple levels before the lightning round, you know. Usually it's easy like that. Also, I will say we are just 3 followers away from 500, and that will unlock a big 500 follower celebration stream, which will be some Sunday in the future. Boy howdy, I don't know that I can do it this Sunday, but next Sunday for sure, if it gets met by then, that'd be lovely. And I'd love to have guests and stuff on that stream, just like popping in on occasion. Honestly, I'd rather have enough time. I'd like to have enough time to like plan that out and to like lock down some guests. So you know what I'll say? I'll say that it won't be this Sunday, considering that I'm doing a Saturday stream. But if we reach it soon, it'll be the Sunday after next Sunday, or after this Sunday, and I'll try to get like some guests to come by for like chunks of it to, you know, hang out and talk and shit. You know, with the guest star feature, I'll use that. It'll be pretty cool. I would like to get Judo on again. Judo is a very cool streamer. Shout out to Judo, you know. And he would be lovely to have. I talked about it with him, and he's down so long as he's available. You know, it depends on the Sunday in particular, and obviously depends on when it gets hit. Oh, we just did this. I need to hit next. I'm sorry. So I got sidetracked there. Anyway, next up is Koofy. Koofy, go ahead and confirm. You are up. Koofy says D. Well, that is good for confirm. Oh, it was supposed to be a face. It was supposed to be a face. Smiling face. Gotcha. Okay, that works. While I'm punching this code, I'm gonna do like another card. I haven't seen South Park in like a decade, but still remember a joke now and again. Y'all do that? That's what it says on this card. I was learned about how it's currently in Blue Sky, it's they call them skeets. They call them, instead of tweets, they're skeets and skeeting, which I know means another thing, but you know, I was Googling and I Googled Skeeter, looking for like a GIF of I say I Googled. I looked on a GIFs thing for like Skeeter, looking for like Doug Skeeter. Skeeter from Doug. But instead I found like a image from South Park of like this like guy at a bar giving trouble to and I saw the line on a GIF like on the GIF that went like now Skeeter, he ain't hurting nobody. And I remembered that and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a funny little bit. Occasionally you see like GIFs from South Park and you go like, oh yeah, that was funny. They did some really fucking good jokes in that. And I'll say like I haven't really like clicked with that humor and like the South Park has like a attitude of like nothing matters, you know, nothing is good in the world, you know, like on all arguments, both sides are equally bad, and every side deserves to be equally lambasted. And I think that sort of cynicism is sort of passé. You know, I think that sort of cynicism isn't what I like. Let's do this level again. Let's give this another go. So I've sort of like drifted away from South Park, but occasionally I'll see a clip and be like, oh yeah, fucking I remember that so much. That's such a funny little bit. Another one that came up recently that I was thinking about was like this dumb thing they did with the the Canadians. There was a Canadian episode about a strike or something that was about like the writer's strike, the last writer's strike, which was a thing. Which, by the way, hey, the writers are on strike now again, which is cool. But like the last time the writers went on strike, they did like a whole episode about like how about like the Canadians going on strike or something, and the joke was like they're so polite, the Canadian guys. What the fuck? P switch down there. Okay. Apparently we just have 4 rooms that we haven't seen, so that was one of them. If we can just figure them out as we go, we'll be able to go through this. The Canadians, right? They were on strike or something in that episode, and the joke was their mannerisms, they're so polite. They would say like say like, hey guy, fuck you. And then the other guy would say like, I'm not your guy, buddy. He's not your buddy, pal. He's not your pal, buddy. And then they just go in a loop like that as a funny joke. And someone I saw brought that up recently, and I said like, yeah, that was very funny. That was all you. There was a time, and I'm saying something that one of the hosts of Chance Ball said on Twitter the other day. Said like, there was a time where all you needed to do to befriend a guy was just say that. Just say, he's not your buddy guy. You know, just say that and you'd be instant friends. Uh-oh. Oh, well, fuck. Actually kind of makes that jump easier, but makes it harder to get up the thing. We have 2 tries left, but I still feel like this is possible. I don't know. Maybe I should get back into South Park. I know that, like I said, like the attitude, it doesn't really like click with me anymore. I feel like the dividing line for me was like, you know, I think when I was a kid, right, it's very easy to be like, okay, yeah, you know, I think of the politics episode, like turd sandwich versus douche, right? Which is like, okay, that's basically the this completely cynical view of politics where like everyone is equally useless. And I think like in more modern days I've come to a more charitable conclusion, which is like, oh no, there's useful people out there. There's Bernie Sanders. He's cool. Everyone else is useless, but let's not forget that Bernie Sanders exists, you know? And I feel like that sort of cynical attitude, like everyone's equally shit, can have you end up forgetting that Bernie Sanders is out there and very cool. Oh hey, you can just go around like that. Lovely. But they still do have an occasionally funny joke. And, you know, there are also parts of that really didn't hold up. You know, there are episodes of South Park that really didn't hold up, like the dolphin thing. Oh my god. Like, back then, that was so non-controversial, people didn't even think about it, you know? That was sort of the culture we were in. But now, everyone knows that trans people exist and are regular, and it's not like, and it's nothing like the cartoon made it seem. So, it is now completely, aged poorly, that episode. I will say I did see, like, I saw, like, a clip of, like, a more recent South Park episode, which was, you know, more topical, more like, oh, you know, cops are bad. It was like an episode about how cops are bad or something, right? And I did think it was very funny. It was like a compilation of Skeeter stuff, apparently. And apparently Skeeter appeared in one of these more recent episodes. and he said the line, like, to a cop, like, I bet you don't even know what farm to table means, which I thought was very funny. You know, they still have some very funny jokes, I guess. South Park does, even if I haven't seen it in like 10 years. Or more, geez. It's probably been like more like 15 at this point. You know. That was great. That was fun. I'm glad that we were able to do it. I told you, those 4 rooms. I told you we'd be able to do it with one more lightning round attempt. And shit, were we on our last life too? Damn. What the hell? I'm gonna hit complete, even though I think that was just a maker code, yeah. And I'm gonna hit next. Lightning, you are up. Go ahead and confirm, Lightning. You are now up for real. And, yeah. You know, like I've always said, like I say, if you're here, lightning round, full 5 lives. Yep. If you weren't, it would be sudden death. Let me do another card. I think I only have like 1 or 2 of them. That's right. Okay, here it is. Thinking about going to see the new Mission Impossible. I went to see Indiana Jones last week, which was very, very, very mid. Very, very long, kind of drags. It wasn't exactly a great time, which is why I was kind of put off to realize, like, oh shit, fucking Mission Impossible is out this week, apparently, and people are saying it's fucking good. You know, I kind of felt a little burned thinking, like, god damn it, I just went to see a really middling movie when I could have just waited and seen, like, a really good movie instead. And I don't know if I'm gonna actually do that, but definitely one I should see. I haven't seen all the Mission Impossibles, but I've seen like Ghost Protocol. I've seen like the most recent one, Fallout. Both of those 2 are like phenomenal movies. I think I like Fallout more than. I'm not. Does that count? Should that count? I didn't realize there was a clear condition. Fuck it. I gotta count it. You know what? This just once, I'm not going to count it because I just sort of hitting buttons at the start. I was not paying enough attention to count it. We'll not count it. Well, starting from here. Anyway, Mission Impossible. Oh, that was really easy. Hey, we didn't need to do any silly. We didn't need to not count that. You know what? It's fine. It counted. It's cool. That was really easy. I guess that's the thing about this level, is that you're supposed to bail out without realizing that it's a clear condition. You know? And then the second time it's supposed to be just a gimme. Okay. I thought it would be bad. I guess I didn't look and see the clear condition, which is really high, despite being called pain. Alright, thank you for that. We'll do one more level here outside of the lightning round. Or, I'm sorry. We'll do one more level here, and then we will close the queue thereafter. So, Lightning, feel free to get in another level. And, you know, whoever is next here, who will be Slowpoke Fan, you will have the opportunity to submit one more level if you are present and ready to go. Which, by the way, Slowpoke Fan, you are up. I would like to go see that movie. I don't know when I would, if I am. You know, if it's going to be like tonight. I do have other things I want to do tonight. And tomorrow I have to, you know, prepare the stream and such. I could go see it Sunday. Hey, that'd be a pretty good use of a Sunday. But I don't know. The Sunday will be the last day of my vacation. And I feel like, man, the last day of a vacation, that is just primed to just, like, loaf around and do nothing. You know? I just want to sit. I don't want to leave the apartment on Sunday. Honestly. Like, that is, like, that sounds like the best possible thing. Even more good than going to see a movie. So, it'd either be, like, tonight or tomorrow or maybe some other time. I guess I could see it on a weeknight. You know, like, on a weekday where there's not a stream. Hell, I could see it on a weeknight where there is a stream, considering that Thursday will be a later stream than normal because it'll be Pikmin, and then that's coming out at 11 p.m. So that'll be like a 10:50 stream. I could totally see that movie on Thursday if I really wanted to tempt fate. You know, if I really wanted to like, you know, if I really wanted to like, you know, do something before that is an option. Um, I'll say again, we're getting really close to 500. So whenever gets meet, we will unlock the big 500 follower stream, which will be a whole big deal, a whole fun thing. You know, 7 random games, switching between them every minute or 2. And that means very literally. There's like a thing called the BizHawk Shuffler, which lets you switch between games seamlessly, just like automatically. And we'll have that set up so it does it randomly between 1 minute and 2 minutes. Each game will last like that long, and then it'll be another game just like that. And it'll be kind of like random and chaotic and fun. You know, we did a similar thing for like Extra Life last year. Did the randomizer roulette, which was 4 randomizers, and over the course of 12 hours, I beat them all. You know, with the settings that I had, switching between them every 5 to 10 minutes. Now, this will be a smaller interval because it's, you know, with the randomizers, I had to, like, switch UI stuff every time it switched over, which meant that I couldn't do it, like, every minute. That'd be ridiculous, but this one will be a lot faster on the draw, considering that, you know, I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is play the game, so we'll be switching a lot more often, and it'll be a lot more chaotic. And hopefully, a good time. There's a tight timer here, but not that tight. We have the world record is 10 seconds. So, let's do it. Slowpoke fan, I will say, if you are here, go ahead and say so, and I will move you over to the regular lightning round. Even if... Oh, didn't need it. Perfect. 1 and done. Okay. Fantastic. Whew, I was a little worried about that just looking at it. But that really wasn't that bad at all. What's the clear rate on that? 3? It's like 10%. Okay. Well, it was lower before I had a crack at it since I took it up like, you know, we first tried that. Let's fucking go. But yeah, that was nice and light. Good shit. I'm happy to be able to have one shot it. Whew. That's sort of the fun thing about the lightning round and sudden death and all. You know, sometimes you get a level that looks kind of hard, and you know, you get through it in 1 go, you get through it in 5 goes. Feel pretty good. It's a great little moment there. Anyway, let's go ahead and I'm gonna hit complete, and I'm gonna hit next, and we're gonna close the queue now. But first, we're gonna do last calls. Highway is here. Yes, very good. We're gonna do last calls, so I'm gonna play one of my own levels to give y'all time to get any final codes in that y'all want to get in before we close the queue and, you know, wind it down. So, last call here. Highway, do you know my levels? Is there a level you'd like to see? I'll take anyone's suggestion if anyone in chat has a suggestion of the ones that I am showing right now. Anything that catches y'all's eye would be good. Anything at all. I mean, I guess it would help if I remembered what we did last time. I think last time we did like all the old levels that I made back in Mario Maker 1. These ones were ported over this span here. I think previously we did like all these ones, the ones that were my first 3D World levels. Hey, Lord Bowser, you back? That's great. Good to see you. Welcome back. You came in just as we were doing the last call. What about Grand Gully 4? Let's do that. But also, I think I want to do Harvest Heaven. I think it's been a while since the last time I showed off that one, so let's do Grand Gully 4 as per the suggestion. This is Capstone Cyclone. Pretty nice. Kind of has an alliteration. Kind of has a rhyme in there. Feel good about that name. One of the best names, perhaps. Whenever you can manage to do a name that has both an alliteration and a rhyme, you're feeling pretty good. Slapdash Splash also has that honor, and yeah, I think it's just a really cool thing. Lightning also getting in one, fantastic. Again, last call here for levels. When we are done looking over some of my own levels, we will close the queue and have that be it. And done, you know. Though I will say, if there's any new viewers who show up, I do like to give, like, new viewers or even sometimes returning viewers a chance to get in one level if they weren't here earlier, you know. But for those of y'all who have been, you know... Oh, you went to Fun Spots? Oh, shit. Lord Bowser, I didn't know that. You should have mentioned, hey, theme parks have been, sort of a subject of conversation today. How was Fun Spot? You got rained out? Is Fun Spot the one that's in Atlanta? Is that Fun Spot Atlanta? At least you made it to last call. I've heard of Fun Spot. Is that the one that has, like, that new RMC? What's it called? Like, the Hurricane or something? Or is that a different park? That might be Six Flags over Atlanta or Georgia or something that I'm thinking of. As a theme park in the South, some of those would not be that hard for me to go to. You know, as far as, like, other theme parks that I could drive to, you know, as far as, like, a road trip goes that's of that length, like Fiesta, Texas and Silver Dollar City are probably, like, the closest that are in Rage. There's also Frontier City, which I hear is, you know, doesn't have that many more attractions, you know. And by the way, I'll say the conceit of this level is you go right and then you go left, and you sort of like, you know, it's sort of like you get a cape and then you can fly back the other way. It's pretty cool, I think. I think this level is very cool and fun. You know, the idea of just, like, having to claw your way to the left and then just, like, happily glide all the way back. Oh, that's just such a cool little conceit. Where is Fun Spot? Let me see. I'm curious. Stuff that's in the South like that is not, like, out of the question for a road trip, I guess. Is that in Orlando? Fun Spot Orlando. Oh, I guess there's multiple Fun Spots. But the main one, I think, is in, Georgia. Georgia, okay. And... yeah, that is the one I was thinking of. The one with the red and blue, the RMC with the red and blue. What's that called, Lord Bowser? You were just there. You should know. I've heard great things about that RMC. They say it's fantastic. They say it's phenomenal. Did you get to ride it, Lord Bowser, that RMC? It's in Atlanta and Kissimmee. RMC, yeah. That RMC is the people who make it. I'm sorry if you don't know what it's let's see, Fun Spot RMC. It's what is that called? It's the Hurricane or something. Fun Spot RMC. Not RNC, that's something different. Air Force One! That's it. That's the ride that they just added that people say is fantastic. It's an RMC made by Rocky Mountain Construction. Outlaw Run, the ride I mentioned earlier, also made by RMC. That was one of the rides I mentioned, you know, as part of the thing. You never ride it before? Did you ride it? Did you get to ride it here, or did the rain hit you too fast? Did they do anything special because you got rained out? When I went to Six Flags over Texas and we got rained out, they gave us like a pass to return, which was pretty cool. You know, eventually I'll be able to go back and go on that, you know? Are there any other names here that have alliterations and rhymes? Let me see. I don't think so. Bogus Boudoir, Phantasm Chasm. Nope, 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 nope. Cold Ice Comet, nope. Arsenal Antics, no. Stygian Swim, no. Oh, Palm Tree Pre kind of has it. Palm and Pre and Tree and Pre. But it's sort of a little different from the last one. But still, really good name. Frigid Frigate is, like, close. I like Frigid Frigate, even though it's hard to say. Let's see, what else has that property? Temple Temptation kind of has a little bit of it. Kind of rolls off the thing. A refund and a pass to return? Oh, that's sick. You got the best of both worlds there. That's rad. We only got a pass to return when it happened to me a couple years ago at Six Flags over Texas. Like, both a refund and a pass to return? That rules. Splash Dash Splash has it. Wrecking Ball Hall doesn't have it, actually. I don't know why I said that. I think it's a rarity. I think that there's only been a couple cases where I've been able to do it. And I think, like, Slapdash Splash was the first one of those where I managed it. But let's do Harvest Heaven, and then we will close up the queue and do the last levels in queue. Again, last call, everyone. Fun Spot would not be a bad one to go to. How many rides do they have? Is it just the RMC that's like the one big one? Is it sort of like small scale outside of that RMC? Maybe that, you know what, that wouldn't be one to like travel to, perhaps. That one maybe would be one to like travel to specifically. But if ever I was doing like a multi-day thing, or like going to like multiple theme parks around the country, like that would be one to slip in maybe on the way to like Orlando, you know? On the way to like Disney and Universal and SeaWorld. Which I'll say, having just done a 2-day theme park trip, man, those 2 days really took it out of me. I am glad to be home and glad to be on my ass now rather than walking around. But, I don't know. Even as exhausting as one theme park day is, I think I could manage, like, you know... I don't know. I think I could manage, like, multiple theme parks in a row. Certainly when I go to Universal, I usually go for, like most of a week, right? More like 4 days than 2. And I manage that just fine, so I probably would be able to manage, like, multiple theme parks if I spent, like, a day or 2 at each. I don't know. It remains to be seen. And also, boy, I bet I would be exhausted about traveling in particular. All the travel in particular. The checkpoint on the cloud is cool. Yeah, this level is cool. I like all the theming and stuff. All the fruits and, you know, just being a claw level is just a fun thing, you know?
Oh yeah.
This is the first time I was using claws since this was one of my earliest levels. If I were to go to another theme park, I think the next on the list would be SeaWorld Orlando, because they have like tons of rides and they've been like opening up one per year recently, and I'm very curious about like all the recent attractions. And that's and also, you know, while I was in the area, I could hit up like Disney, I could hit up like Universal if I wanted to, if there was time. I would definitely look to do like all 3 of those if ever I were to do SeaWorld, you know. Usually when I go to Universal, I just stay at the on-site hotels, which means it would be kind of inconvenient to like get off campus, get off the thing and go to another hotel, you know. You'd have to switch hotels then to go do some like some SeaWorld business or do a SeaWorld day, which yeah, a little inconvenient. It also has been like over a decade since I've done Disney. I only did Disney as like a high schooler or like a middle schooler or something, you know. It's been like 15 years at least since I did Disney, so I'd like to go back to those parks and do them with an open mind and more of a roller coaster. As more of a roller coaster person and more of a theme park person now, I think I would have a lot more fun there at those Disney parks, which I imagine are like, you know, the next best thing to Universal, and maybe Cedar Point. I don't know. I also need to go to Cedar Point at some point, but I think I want to wait until Cedar Point gets Top Thrill Dragster reopened, and I think that'll be next year. Oh, and also, you know what? If we're just completing the thought, as far as like roller coasters, I want to go on. As far as those theme parks I want to go to, Disney Sea, Universal Studios Japan, and Fuji Q Highlands. Those are 3 parks I will go to whenever I take my next Japan trip. Whenever I take a vacation to Japan and again, which I will say it will not be this year. If it was going to be this year, I would have started planning already for that, which sounds like a whole headache. I'm thinking maybe next year, Japan, and then after that, the year after that will be you know, I will have to go to Universal to go see Epic Universe, so that'll be 2025's major trip, some sort of Universal something. But yeah, you want to go to SeaWorld, Lord Bowser? Same. Oh, sorry. Some messages got lost. Apparently, OBS got disconnected on the Twitch chat, but I can see the messages here on my phone. Hey, Joe Ruges. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Joe? Is Joe good? Let's just say Joe. Thank you for dropping by in the level. You haven't been to Disney. Disney is hell of expensive. Yeah, I guess that's sort of the thing about Disney. The thing about Disney that makes it awkward is that it's hard to like schedule around, right? Because it has like 5 parks, and each of them has like 2 or 3 major attractions, all of which kick ass. But it's hard to, you know, schedule around it, you know. Take a Six Flags, you know, it's just one park, but it has like all its attractions in one place, so you can really just do them all in one day, you know, at least all the Six Flags I've been on. And the second day is just for re-rides, and that's true of Silver Dollar City, that's true of Fiesta Texas, that's true of Over Texas, that's true of like all the B and A rank parks, you know, as far as that goes. But for Disney, you really have to spend multiple days, and that's just hard, especially if you're talking about tacking it onto a Universal trip. Like, no, you basically need to double the length of your trip if you're talking about seeing Disney as well, you know, which means taking more vacation time, means maybe going into the weekend, which is going to be the busiest day. And, you know, when you're traveling to a theme park, you probably don't want to go on the weekends, you know? You probably want to take time off and go during the week, you know, so it's the least busy it can be. All right. I appreciate that theme parks came up again. I love theme parks. I love to talk about them. When the kids are at school. Well, that'd be ideal. But I'll say during the summer they're not at school, but still, weekends are still the busiest because all us adults, we got work, you know? We got work. Oh, fuck, Highway, get in the queue right now. I was about to close. I think you forgot. I think you didn't realize you were not in there. Get in there, Highway, or wait, or are you up next? Let me do full. Oh, wait, you're up next. You're good. Okay. You're good, Highway. You're in queue. You're not in queue, but you are the next up. That explains that. Okay, woo. Don't worry. You're good. Yeah. I forgot you were in the next one up. Anyway, let's go ahead and close the queue. We got 4 levels here to finish off tonight with, or today. It's still today, you know. Usually I stream in the evening, so when I say tonight, it's usually tonight. But now it's more like today. It's still the afternoon. I think this is a nice, good time. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it has been a while since you submitted. You know, tangents and giving people time to get in their levels. It happens. It happens. Oh shit, we have mini rooms 2 again. Let's do it. Let's give it our all here. Here we fucking go, folks. Ooh! First room done. That was the hardest room, so let's go from there. Let's see if we can make this. You gonna go, Lightning? I'll say again, at this point, it still works the same as before. If you're not here when your level comes up, we'll still do it, but it'll be in sudden death. So, you know, if you're fine with that, so be it. Hope you have a good one, Lightning. I enjoyed, you know, I enjoyed your level. And again, thank you for the follow. Thanks to anyone who followed today. Everyone who followed today. I want to thank y'all again. We are really getting close to 500 here, and that will be unlocking some big stream once it gets hit. You know, the big stream that I talked about earlier. The Rare Roulette. Rare is one of my favorite companies. You know, it's one of my favorite publishers, developers. They're not publisher, they're developers. But you know, fuck. That was a gimme jump too. They're one of my favorite developers ever. DKC was like my first game that I loved. The first game that I loved. And, you know, Banjo was the first 3D game that I loved. And and even today, there are multiple, I think, Rare games in my top 5. Actually, are there multiple now? Banjo-Tooie unfortunately fell off when Odyssey came out. We died in a new way that time. I think actually top 5. No, Majora's Mask. Okay, not multiple, but DKZ2 is like tied for first place. It's like top 2 game for me, and still and always will be. I would have to imagine, you know, it always will be top 5. I'd have to think. It'd be a hell of a thing if a new game could dethrone DKC2. Like, it would have to be the best 2D platformer ever made to do that. But I guess that's possible. Hey, you know, Mario Wonder is coming out this year. Maybe Mario Wonder is better than DKC2. Well, that'd be a hell of a thing to dream about, but... God, let's hope. Let's hope. Anyway, thank you for the level. We got less far this time. God damn it, that's unfortunate. Tell you what, Highway, put that in one more time. I want another shot at it. I feel like that'd be a good game to end on. I did tell you to put it in again. Let me hit next. I did say that you could put it in again. So I'm gonna open up Q, and we'll have that be the last one. I want one more shot at that tonight. Highway, you're still around, yeah? Go ahead and do that. Also, Ralphus, you're up next. Go ahead and confirm. At Ralphus, you are up. It says that Ralphus is not here, so, you know, probably be doing sudden death, but we'll see. Let me type this in. Go from there. Highway, can you go ahead and get that back in if you don't mind? Just so I can reclose the queue, you know. 6SG. What if I just resubmitted it? That wouldn't be so bad. Tell you what, Highway, if you want to get that in there, I will let you. Just go ahead and tell me when you're ready, and I will do that. I will reopen it, and you can get it in there. Mario Goes to the Cinema. Okay, you know what? This one's an easy one. The clear rate is very high. We won't need these 2 lives, probably. Let's go. This is some sort of, like, immersive experience. This is like a show. Well, I guess going to the cinema is like a show. So, literally. Murder Shroom? Murder She Shroom? So this is the movie. The drama of the shroom. Okay, so this shroom is murdering people. This is a murderous mushroom. That mushroom just murdered a thing. It's about to murder that Monty Mole. This is a horror movie. What? This is a horror movie where a mushroom is just killing people left and right. That's pretty cool. Last thing it has to murder, and it succeeds. And the Karibo shoe. The Karibo shoe traps it, and thus we are all saved. Well, that was a hell of a thing. I thought that was really neat. That's a nice idea. Cool idea. Yeah, there we go. I don't do that many comments all that often, but that level is so original and unique. You gotta drop a comment. You just gotta drop one. There he's back. Ralph is amazing. Your levels are often. A lot of people commenting you're back. Wow. I guess this is your first after some long period. Like how long away were? Oh, you're very popular. Also, Ralphus. And your last one was over like a year ago. And the one before that was like over a year before that. Yeah. Did like some Bob Bowling sequels. Ah, that's very original. I think you did a great job. Good shit. Let's see, let's hit complete and then hit the next one. Next up is Lord Bowser. Go ahead and confirm. Yay! Perfect, you are here. And I'll say again, Highway. Let me just add Highway. If you want to get one more in, I'll let you. I'll say again, Highway. I did say you could resubmit, and I think it'd be fun to have that level again one more time, you know, as a final attempt. But you know, hey, if you're cool, if you don't want to do that, that's fine too. Whatever's cool, you know. Super World. Yeah, we're not in the castle. Oh wait, yes we are. Okay. I was about to say I thought we finished the world, but I guess we didn't. Let's do it. What is that next to your name, Lord Bowser? Versus? What is that an emblem of? I'm not sure, but it means something. Well, let me hover over it with my mouse. That'll work. Super Ultra Combo 2023. That's some big event you went to? Was that this last week? Was that the Mario Kart thing you were talking about? Some sort of convention? That's cool. Let's go. This is a castle about the dry-boned shell. Don't bang your head on the ceiling with the dry bone shell and then fall into the lava. You just die. Even if you have a mushroom. This mushroom is really harrowing because the dry bones will probably still be there. So that ends up being like a bit of a a bit of a situation, you know? Here we have to abandon our raft to go down into the subworld, which is nice. But there's one right there fresh for the taking. Oh, I see. You have to use it to now make a platform. Or not make a platform, make a hole. Because you have to give it up and get a new one, it's much easier maybe to like... Well, I was about to say it makes sense because, you know, you'll be grabbing it rather than falling into it. But if you just didn't have one, you would still like... If you ended up coming at it from the side, you just like automatically would kick it without even thinking about it. You know? Unless you landed on it to destroy it, which, you know, then you couldn't do nothing. This is a very easy 50 coin. Very easy. Do I have to give up my raft? Oh, that's a shame. I think I have to give up my raft to get back out. Huh? I don't understand this one. But whatever. Checkpoint refreshes our dings, our lives, and let's finish this off. That's right, it is boss time. Boss o'clock. It's a very bittersweet thing, the end of a vacation, you know? Definitely sitting here thinking like, you know, it's about 5 o'clock, you know, this would be the time I would be stopping working. My vacation, the time off I redeemed, you know, the PTO, it's over. Now it's just the regular weekend. Do y'all think about that when you're on vacation and it's like it's Friday and it's 5 p.m.? Do you just think like, and now it's just a regular weekend, just a regular length weekend from here on out, and then back to work? Do y'all think about it like that? I tend to think about it like that. It's kind of sad, but you know, what are you gonna do? Vacations end, and you know, enjoy them while they last. And I will say, I quite enjoyed mine while it lasted. I think I had one hell of a time, both at Silver Dollar City, with additional streams, longer streams last week. There were a whole bunch of streams last week that were a bit of fun, and, you know, were at unusual times. Like, remember the All-Star stream? The All-Star stream last Tuesday on the 4th of July. That was fun. That was a good-ass stream. I haven't thought about that since last week. Jeez. Lightning said that Lightning wasn't going to be here, right? I think Lightning said they were bouncing. So, I'll Lightning, but I don't believe Lightning will be here, so I'll just be, I'll just do this thing. Also, let me do, let me just pull up the promo thing again while I'm typing this in. Talk about the 500 follower stream, which again, we're just 3 short of now. 3 short of. It won't be this weekend because I've just had too long of a trip, or too long of a vacation. I've been doing too much. I need Sunday to be a nice, relaxing day, but this gets hit sometime in the next week. Next Sunday will be a big celebration, a big like 7-game stream. And I'll say like I'm not sure like if we'll be finishing any of these, you know. I'm not sure if like I can finish them. Well, I maybe actually, you know, hey. I've done streams where I did like all 3 DKC games any percent, and that stream where I did that was like 6 hours long. So hey, maybe with a 10-hour stream, like at least one of these DKCs could end up getting completed. But we'll see. We'll see like how many of them, you know, or if that's even possible. I'll say like the plan is just to have fun, you know, and play some of my favorite games and get some chaos in here. Hey, you're up next, Joe. Joe Rouges? Rue? How should I say your name, by the way, Joe Rooks? If there's like a easy way to say that, let me know. I'm sorry, I'm just not that familiar with French pronunciation. Player with red eyes. Player with red eyes? Player with red eyes? Is that how you say that? There's no P. Anyway, do I have red eyes is what you're saying? That's possible. I've been pretty... I went to Silver Dollar City last week, or this week, and didn't get much sleep for most of that, you know, sleepless nights. Grunty's Revenge is a ROM hack? No, it's not. Grunty's Revenge is a Game Boy Advance game. It's a real actual game that Rare made in like 2003, and it's all right. It's pretty good. It's like a 4 out of 5 game, I'll say. It doesn't really compare to the originals, you know, like the actual N64 ones, but it's kind of fun. It's a little heavy on mini games, weirdly enough. I'm not seeing lightning, so let's go ahead and get that promo down. I'm gonna move back. I moved myself over here so I could read the now playing and not have it be covered by the thing, you know. Maybe the now playing should be above the docket, but I don't know. I feel like the docket should cover everything when it comes out. Just a little bit of an inconvenience. No, I guess. Whatever. Let's go ahead and get sudden death going and see what's up. Well, this is 100% clear rate. We'll probably get through just fine. I'll also say I've never played Banjo-Tooie on stream before. I've been kind of waiting to see if it comes to, where does this lead? Let's find out. A good place. I've been kind of waiting to see. I haven't played Grunty's Revenge either, or It's Mr. Pants for what it's worth on stream. But as far as Banjo-Tooie goes, I've been waiting to see if it comes out on N64 Online. And, you know, it hasn't yet, so haven't had the opportunity to play it. But it is one of my favorite games of all time, and for a while, it was like top 5. Until... Okay, that was a waste. Until, like, Odyssey came out, at which point I felt like, okay, you know what, Odyssey is like everything I like about Banjo-Tooie, except it's a lot more tightly done, and it's not, like, weird in any way, you know? It's a lot more tightly done, and just, that very quickly became my #1, and Banjo-Tooie fell off the top 5 as a result. But I still love Banjo-Tooie, and definitely be fun playing that for the first time on stream, and playing Banjo-Kazooie for the first time on stream since for the first time in like a year. When it came out on N64 Online, I did like a full playthrough of it, which was very early in my channel's like life, you know, very early, like the first couple months of me streaming. So, you know, it's not archived anywhere. That's all the VODs are down. There's no clips of it. There were no clips taken of that whole playthrough series. But yeah, it'll be nice to play that game again for the first time since then, considering that Banjo-Kazooie, you know, also a very important game for me. as are all the DKCs. Grunty's Revenge is cute and fun. Hey, Bob the Destroyer. Thank you for the follow. We're now just 2 away from 500. Is there a list? I'll say that we are currently closed, but for new viewers, I like to open the queue and let y'all get one in. You can go ahead and get one in. Exclamation point add and then your code. And then you'll be good. And, you know, there's just one level ahead of you, which is Joe's level. Joe Rooks. I'm sorry, I really should look up how you pronounce that. Joe? How about, like, Joe? How about just Joe? You know what? Joe is fine. The first 2 letters are Joe. And if it's anything like Japanese, J-O-U is just like a long Joe sound. Or maybe it's like Joe-you? No. Joe. Joe. Let's just say Joe. In Japanese, that would be a really long Joe sound. In English, I don't know what you do with a U after an O. But I'm gonna guess it's like Japanese, and it's just a long O sound or something. Or long U sound. Joe. Something like that, maybe. Joe? Or it's like, I don't know. I have never taken any French. I never took any French. I took Spanish and forgot everything about it. But I never even touched French, so I really just don't know how you do all those, like, you know, like the X's. You know, I don't know. I've heard before that you sort of just, like, cut out the ends of words, which is confusing to me. It's kind of confusing to me, like, wait, just cut off all the ends of words? Like, how does that... Okay. It may be evil. Well, look, this is the lightning round. We'll see what happens. And I'll say... The way the lightning round works, for those who don't know, is I only have 5 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints during this part of the stream. And 7 for subs, and also for the first levels of the lightning round. The first level of the lightning round gets 7. You know, this is just a fun time of the stream, keeps things moving, adds a little extra challenge to every level that we see, and also, you know, it doesn't, like, burn the levels, I'll say. You know, whether or not we're able to complete a level, we can see them again another time, and, you know, it'd be cool if so. It'd be cool if that were to be the case. Am I doing a foolish thing, not, like, triggering the P block right now? I could totally trigger them right now and just not have to worry about them for a bit. I remember this level. I think we maybe saw it last week, by the way. Whoa! Ah! Oh, I thought we were boned, but those have stuff in them, so I was able to pull that out. Was able to pull that off. Oh my god. And hey, also gives me something to like throw into the on-off there. Oh god. I thought we were dead. I thought we were so dead there. What is this? It's not a problem, that's what that is. That guy's not coming back. I feel like we need to do this at a run. No, I think we just jump it normal, but we have to time it, so... Beautiful. What? Oh. Key switch here. Ah. This is farther than we got last time, I'm pretty sure. I say I'm pretty sure, I'm very sure. So this is all new for me. Oh, I hope we get through this in one try. That was a hell of a run, though. reckon we'll be able to do that again, right? I thought I was ducking. I thought I was good. I thought I was safe. Speaking of South Park quotes, I was talking about South Park stuff earlier. One that is just, like, timeless. You know, has real estate in my head, all that. Just the line like, oh, I thought I was in America. I thought this was America. That's just a perfect line right there. Just a perfect line. And, yeah, you know, that is just the sort of thing that we in America like to say. You know. Damn it. We could use the P switch to block projectiles, but can we do that if they're in our hands? No. Fuck. Whoops. I think we have to throw it for the P blocks to block one of those projectiles. Last try here. Thought I could do that again. Well, that was a waste, but thank you for the level, Joe. Hopefully we'll be able to do that again some other time. Like I said earlier, I stream typically on Viewer Levels on Fridays, usually starting around 6 p.m., which we're about an hour from at present. 6 p.m. Central Time. So, yeah. Last level here tonight is by Bob the Destroyer. Bob the Destroyer is one of the last ones who has chatted, so I assume you're still here, Bob, but go ahead and confirm anyway, just for you know, for fun. It's evil? Ooh. Let's see what happens. This will be a good last note to go off on. And, you know, a nice final level. Though I will say again, if anyone were to be new and were to have a level they wanted to get in, I will absolutely always give a new viewer the opportunity to get one in. Just, you know, we gotta draw, you know, for the folks who have been in here and have been here most of the stream, we gotta draw a line, you know, we gotta cut it off. For people who have already had levels in here, it's, you know, that much we're not gonna do. Oh, I see what you mean by it being evil. It is kind of evil. And I'll say, by the way, the way that the lightning round works as far as, like, you know, getting over it style levels. As far as getting over it style levels, if we get a timeout, and the timer was 500 seconds, that counts for all of our lives. And the way that it works is it counts for as many lives as 100 seconds. So, like, if there were 400 seconds on the timer, that would count for 400 lives if we get a timeout during the lightning round. That is just an essential rule that we have in order to keep the lightning round, you know, feeling like the lightning round. If we just spent, like, a whole half hour on one level during the lightning round, well, that would be no good at all, would it? You know, it wouldn't be in the spirit of things. But, honestly, like, look, we're getting pretty far here. It kind of looked like the exit was... I mean, honestly, I kind of see... I think we can get to the exit pretty easily. I just have to hit the B button a whole fucking bunch of times. A whole fucking bunch of times. Which I hope y'all enjoy. Should I be holding down Y? Jeez. Yes, I should. That really speeds things up. Oh, hell. Really uncomfortable on the hand. This is. This is really uncomfortable on my hands. Yow. But thus is the price of, you know, going fast. Such is the price of going fast. Anyway, this has been a fun vacation. Oh shit, there's like an... Is this gonna lead like right up there? This has been a really fun vacation. This is called Patience and Joint Pain for a reason. That is what it's called, yeah. Patience and Joint Pain. This has been a really fun vacation the last 2 weeks. And I've enjoyed doing some streams at unusual times on weekdays. Next week, we'll be going back to a more normal schedule. You know, Monday, 8 p.m. Thursday, some other time. Usually at 8 p.m., but next week will be like at 10. We'll be at like 10:45 or some such. You know. We'll be at 10:45, so it'll be like right before Pikmin 4 goes live. You know, and then when it goes live, it'll be me playing it. And then Friday will be at 6 p.m. Central Time, as it is usual. I hope that some folks were able to get in because of the earlier streams, you know, that you don't usually get a chance to watch these. And I hope y'all will tune in again in the future once we're back to Friday evening, you know, as of next week. Thank you for the level. That wasn't so bad. I've seen more hellish. I've seen worse. I've seen much worse levels where you just have to do a thing for, you know, the whole time and there's a risk of timing out. I've seen much worse, man. But thank you for it. Hope y'all enjoyed that there stream. The queue is empty. We're all done here. The lightning round is, as such, I suppose, over. Let me pull up the schedule. You're gonna make a more annoying version? Well, Godspeed to you. I'll be back tomorrow, Saturday evening, around 8 p.m. Central Time, to do some sort of DK64 randomizer stream. I say some sort. I'm gonna set up a seed of that tonight or sometime. You know, sometime, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. But at any rate, before the next stream, I will set up some sort of seed of DK64 Randomizer 2.0, and I will be going through that tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be... There are some setup things about DK64 Randomizer 2.0 that might make it harder to do in one session. Like, they can now hide moves and stuff in random places, and I'm not sure like how far I want to go with that, because I don't want to have to check every single fucking golden banana in the game to find every move. Like, that just sounds like wild. But also, I need to take advantage of new features, so I might have to do that. I'll think about it. That'll be tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central. Then I'll be back on Monday, also 8 p.m. Central, with Wind Waker HD, the third installment of that replay. And then next Thursday will be Pikmin. And then next Friday, viewer levels at the normal time, 6 p.m. Central. Look forward to that. And hopefully some of y'all who are new will come by. And at some point in the future, you're gonna come by for that, Jeff. I appreciate it. Again, 8 p.m. Central Mondays for that, for Wind Waker. I will say, we are really close now to 500 followers. You know, once we get 500, we will lock in a big 500 follower celebration stream, which will be on some Sunday, which will be a big long stream starting early in the day, some Sunday, not this Sunday probably, or definitely, because, you know, like, hey, I want to relax the last day of my vacation, but some Sunday soon, that stream will be. Once we hit 500, which again, we're 2 away from. Unless someone gets banned, you know, or loses or unfollows or something. We're pretty damn close here. Looking forward to that. Let me go ahead and set in the raid. And see who we're raiding. Let me see, who's good? Tanuki Dan is doing troll levels, you know, Mario Maker. It's always good to do a Mario Maker raid, considering we're doing Mario Maker now. Nintendad is doing a thing. This is Friday, so a lot of folks are doing things. Hey, how about Betsapp? Betsapp has guested on the stream once before. and is doing some sort of Friday stream, some sort of like Fall Guys. That sounds perfectly good. Let's go ahead and say hello to Betsapp. I know Betsapp from Glowers community, and also has guested on the stream once when we needed a fourth person for Mario Party and Pokemon Stadium. Betsapp was the fourth player and managed to get in on that. I forget if Betsapp. If ever Betsapp was on the stream any other occasion. I did also do like Ocarina of Time randomizer multiplayer once with Shag and some other people from Discord from Glowers community. So Betsapp might have been involved in that one. I can't remember for sure if she was on that stream, but let's go over there, do that raid. I will see y'all tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central for DK634 randomizer, and then Wind Waker after that, Pikmin after that, and then Mario Maker viewer levels after that. Just like it says over there, pretty much. It doesn't say about the Pikmin. I'll put in the Pikmin after the stream. It'll say the Pikmin next time. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good rest of your evening. Have a good evening, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye! The raid is now gone. I'm gonna stop streaming. Goodbye, folks watching the VOD.